hearing, that if people want to speak on the issue that we're having the public hearing on, which is accessory apartments, which was an issue that Councilman Brown had asked us to take on, whose intent really is to find a way for people to be able to add an accessory apartment so seniors could stay in the community and rent out their house and have somebody next door, or people could rent to their parents and bring them back in, but how to do it so we weren't just having like extra apartments that people could rent out for money. So we did the local law and accessory apartments, and tonight we're having the public hearing on it. So we're going to have to open it, see if anybody wants to speak on it. We'll wait a little bit, then we'll close the public hearing, or keep it open possibly, because I think that Councilwoman Gallucci might have wanted us to do that. Then we'll shut the public hearing down, then we can all talk again until 7:30 when we start our meeting. Okay?
I'd like to make a motion.
So we need him to turn the TV on.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing on accessory apartments.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Would anybody from the public like to speak on accessory apartments?
I need to.
Okay.
Do we have a-
Stacy, do you?
I'll say something.
Okay.
Do we have a draft?
Do you have the draft of the law? Do you have the draft of the law, the accessory apartments? She gave Bill her copy, and Stacy's.
I should be able to.
Well, Bill's got
Albert
to make copies.
Hoffman, I'm a resident of Woodland Pond, but I'm speaking on the apartments because I think it's an excellent idea. I worked on the committee when I lived in Woodstock about this, and they went through it, and it's been a very successful thing. And it does do just as you said, it keeps people and it keeps families together. And the only thing is you have to regulate it, as you said, so that everybody just doesn't build one and say they're going to rent it out for big money. But I think it's something that the town certainly should work on, and it would be a good thing to have, with the proper regulations, to get it through.
Thank you very much. Does he need to identify himself for the? Okay, okay. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on accessory apartments? Okay.
If we think it's a good idea, do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Sure.
If you think it's a good idea, you should then
do.
absolutely please.
Well, I guess if you're having a public hearing, you want to know what people think. I haven't been following the details of this law, but I know for years and years past that this was something that was proposed. I think it's very important for people to be able to have the flexibility to, it's not only for the benefit of the older person, but also for the benefit of the younger people, to make it possible for them to lower the expenses on their house by having another source of income. So I agree with Al that it should be monitored, but I don't think it necessarily should have to be for a parent or a child. I don't know if you have that in your law. I think it could very well be, for instance, if I weren't able to afford to live at Woodland Pond, and I wanted to live with knowing that there'd be somebody there I could call on if I had a problem, that it could be rented to somebody that would just be compatible. So I think I'm for the law, even though I don't know all the details.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, would you like to talk a little bit about the regulatory oversight that's included in this law?
Actually, I think the person that's done most of the work on this is Stacy.
Oh, and there she is, our building
I'd like to
inspector.
thank her for all the work she's done on this. And maybe Stacy can address any of the questions that the public may have on it.
So why don't you, Stacy, just do a quick sort of little history on the law, and then what we put in place to assure the integrity of the law.
Okay, well, the town has had an accessory apartment law since 1986. Unfortunately, the way the law was written, it was very discriminatory, because the law was written which basically said that if your house was built after August of 1986, you simply were not eligible, which means that I could have a house built in 1960, and you could build a house in 2000 right next to me, and I can have an apartment and you couldn't. And so we have fixed that. Okay, there is a stated time requirement. Okay, we did some research. There's a stated time requirement. You can't build a new house within an apartment. Okay? But if the house is 7 years old, you'd be eligible at that point for an apartment, so the law grows with the age of the home. Okay? The regulatory requirements are that the premises must be occupied by the owner of record in order to be eligible and to be able to keep the accessory apartment. Okay? And it also requires those people who have this special use permit for an accessory apartment to remain as the primary resident in the residence, and they have to provide proof on a yearly basis that they still live there. And this is going to eliminate people putting in accessory apartments, then moving out and renting both apartments. Okay, because remember, this is accessory to a single-family residence. It's not a two-family. Two families simply are not permitted. So we've made those corrections to the existing law. And certificates of occupancies will state this here on in, so that when someone turns a parcel over that has an accessory apartment, they sell it, and the buyer buys it, and then you've got a rental upstairs, and you've got a rental downstairs, and they turn around and say, well, we didn't know. Now everybody's going to know. When the property's purchased, they will know they actually have to live there. Because let's face it, when you have absentee landlords, you start having land use issues. And so we've eliminated, that from happening in the future, which is very helpful to everyone. And I think that pretty much sums up. We didn't change any of the requirements, as far as size and parking or any of that stuff. That all remains the same, because that was all very good. So we just made it equal for everyone.
And Everett, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Thank you, Stacy.
Stacy, can you stay for a little bit, though? Good.
Do you want me to put them in? This is your...
Who wrote this law?
Let's let that be.
George Lithgow.
The planning attorney, George Lithgow.
This is more just public comment. Though.
Well, it's public comment, so
Yeah,
why
let's
don't
let it
you-
go. Let's hear what you have to say.
All
That'd be good.
right. I think this is the most ridiculous thing in the world today,
Someone's going to jail.
because some of these people have taxes that are ungodly, like we're paying so much money. If I wanted to rent a room in my house, I think it would be my prerogative, not the building department's prerogative, who knows nothing about real estate. And it really bothers me to walk into this meeting and to hear this. All right? And the taxes in New Paltz have made it such that people have to rent a room in their house to students. I don't know who came up with this idea to stop it. It surely wasn't done by a lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you take mine?
Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this law?
This is your whole, right? Put the budget in right and see.
Okay, Jean, I wasn't sure if, would you prefer that we not close the public hearing, because I think you wanted to possibly have some more discussion about this law before we do anything? And would you prefer it if we kept the public hearing open, or?
You need
Did,
a copy of it?
oh,
No, it was just,
no, my concern is, and I don't know, because I forgot that we started at 7.
that's okay, we're just doing a public hearing, so I just want to know if we should make a motion to close it, or if you'd like us to just,
You want to leave it open?
keep it
we
open
can
if
keep
you
it
want.
open. So
You
this
can
way
leave
we
it
can
open?
discuss it when we have it on the agenda at another time.
I would like us to pass this before.
Oh, yes, I know, but you do still have,
I've been waiting
1,
for this for
2,
10 years, right?
you still have 4 more meetings. So it's not
Okay.
on the agenda for us to accept tonight. It's only on the agenda for the public hearing.
Right, but if we close the public hearing.
We can
then-
accept it the same night we close the public
That's right.
hearing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just know, I know that there were some issues I think that Jean
So
might
let's-
still have.
let's leave it open then.
Let's keep it open, because I just think there were some issues Jean wanted to just talk about a little bit more before
Right,
we accepted
but
it.
if the concerns that I have with it, if the town residents that I feel will be impacted are not here and do not, the issues that concern me about this local law, if the town residents that live on the outskirts surrounding the village and the university, those single-family residences that I feel will be impacted by this, if they haven't come out for 2 public hearings, and if they're not here, and if they feel that they're not going to be impacted, then it's not for me to say that we have to hold it open so that they can come. I mean, maybe they don't care.
Well, I wasn't necessarily asking.
I'm not talking for everyone.
No, I understand. I wasn't asking to hold it open
Oh.
for the purposes of other people being able to come. I knew that there might have still been some concerns you personally had about the law, and so therefore I didn't know if you wanted to hold it open, have us talk about the law, or just close it, and then we could... So what I would like to do is...
What I'd recommend is,
Yes.
because there is some, not doubt, but just reservation, let's hold it open.
Yes, that's what I'd like to do. So do we do that as a motion, that we make a motion to hold the public hearing
I'll
open?
make it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried, and then we'll put it on, as soon as we're done with sort of some of the budget stuff, we'll put it on the agenda, have a discussion, and then we'll go from there, Kitty. There are certain things that after 12 years, Kitty, on the board? Yeah.
I promise it'll get passed.
12 years of Kitty, Councilwoman Brown being on the board, and a lot of her work not getting done, we're accomplishing a lot in the year and a half that we've been here together trying to at least let Kitty see some things through. So, okay, so with that, we had a motion to keep the public hearing open, and now we have 5 more minutes until we have to open up the regular meeting. So you can all start talking again now and stuff, and you can face the camera.
Gonna have some fun.
Well, we closed the, we haven't started the meeting.
Oh, why not?
7:30.
Because technically it's
You've
scheduled
got to
for
wait 6
7:30.
minutes in theory. In theory, we're
We're not supposed to really open until 7:30.
posted the time.
Well, you're Mr., you're Harold? No,
Mr.
you're not.
Hoffman.
What? Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry, I'm
Hoffman.
sorry. Is Harold, right, okay, I'm sorry. Is Harold Shoemake here? Did he come? You're there. Harold? He's here. Where? Schoonmaker. Okay, I just want to make sure you were here before, because I'm going to do this first before we get into a long debate about something else. I'm going to do the World War II Memorial first.
How you been? Yes, man, good to see you. What are you doing?
So this is it?
Client who confuses son of when drive.
Matter of fact, between the time that I left work and the time that I got.
So there was a lag that was on your guy, now there's a lag on us.
Okay, so,
This is,
all right, so.
talk to you. No, I know, I mean, we're almost done. I don't know about tonight, soon. Well, it'd be basically,
I read a thing from him the other day.
traffic control devices are installed over
That's the town.
I got a call from some people. No, I know. There was a lot of things that needed to be done.
Dorothy,
This town board stepped up, kind of, you got to do it.
I've been seeing you in forever.
And so that's what
How are
these
you?
people are asking us to
Good.
do. But now it's something more.
So did you find him? He's like, no.
We can't really control now, but as part of the planning process in the future, like
He's like, oh, now he goes, now it makes sense. I go, yeah. He said, they're going to tell you how you get on. Tell me that you like this day, how you should observe it. It's like, part of it. It's like, it'd be weird until he goes,
yeah, but what's the pond dump into a small area.
and they called him along and was it? He's like,
You have
strange thing. It's a incredible small
You
residential
know what? I'm
development.
gonna
went to my mom in Merrill, college.
Needs egress from.
All that, that's what he said. I said, all I do is go on Facebook and send you a message. He's like, yeah. I would have got my back to it. But he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you can do it. He's like, yeah, you know, I told him I would. So, you know, you are allowed to also, you're allowed to review, you know, the support.
So
and say,
you're
look,
gonna
you know,
add it?
I
Yeah, let me
appreciate
just, let me,
Not on here?
I have to see. I have add. Okay, she said include, but we did, I thought we did the prepaid, I thought we approved Jim.
I
I thought we approved Jim Littlefoot to go to the conference.
We did,
So then why is it on the agenda,
because apparently nobody told
Maybe if you want to
Arlene.
reach out to him and say,
Arlene
dang,
has prepared a
cancel.
written,
To
everything,
me,
she sent an email,
yeah,
everything.
he
Yeah,
accepted
but do we have to approve it, or
They just
Carol wants me to add
like on
it. Carol wants me to add it, but I don't have to because we already approved it,
afternoon.
right?
Did he say,
And I
"Dan,
told
you
her
know, I really
that.
don't
I
think
thought,
you should go to that. You should
Arlene's-
say, look, you know what? I got he accepted for
okay, you know what, I guess this is what it is.
He already told
We
me,
approved,
you have to move it because I got to come.
we
forward.
approved,
Call
Shh, will you listen to
say,
me?
look, you know what? I accepted
Kind
the
of stuff the
second
meeting
shift
too.
for work. I apologize.
Thank
I
you.
couldn't make it.
We approved him to go, now we're approving the prepaid. Okay?
Yeah, I don't. I said that whole group really should
Yeah,
work.
I know,
There's
but we
no-
had the
I said,
dedication on to
I said, there's
dedicate.
no good of that group. There's nothing. I said, you know,
Crazy.
I said, you know, he goes, yeah, because
What is on?
I was being accused of being a
We had said we would do it a while ago, and we thought we could have,
He goes, wow, you're being accused of being an environmentalist. He goes, that's horrible. I'm like, I know.
we have a public hearing,
Like,
and
it's
then we
nasty.
limit
You believe it?
traffic, and then we dedicate it.
Consider this community my playground. It's horrible.
No, we said the
Poor
public
Dan.
hearing is,
You have Dan's number, right? Yeah, he does text. He does everything.
Did you get my email today?
No.
I sent you.
The Mulberry Street.
Oh, yes, no, I did get that, I already gave it to Kevin, he gave it to me.
You know, that's his house.
I didn't look at it, but I said, did anybody see Gene do the contract?
I didn't see anyone but you.
Well, I just gave it to Kevin.
So if you want
But I
to
said,
say
did
something.
anybody see the Gene, whatever? They said, no, and I said, Kevin, Jeff
It's only been
said, she said
posted
she
for
was going to do it overnight.
363 days trying to sell
Yeah, we
it.
have to talk about the insurance though. Okay, so we're going to do the prepay, CBA training. What do we have to do, what's the CBA training?
You know what, they intentionally not to just that, because I still didn't get it.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, so we have to add the electric.
CBA training is the same exact thing.
Makes no
Okay.
sense
There is
at all.
one,
Okay, so this is the electric car charging station,
Which is you've seen
and we have to just set a public hearing?
Oh, it should be burned down. Oh. Look at the photos. Go on to the photos. Oh, no.
Well, Renee, she doesn't have to come tonight, we're doing, did anybody tell Lauren not to come?
It's a shed. It's a house.
Is there a way we can get to her and tell her not to come
Your
tonight?
shed in your backyard is probably nicer.
I'm gonna just present to the both boards, I don't want to present it to. Okay, if if Laura Renee shouldn't be coming tonight, and I sent an email telling her from the rescue squad.
Oh.
If she should, we can listen to everything, but then see how we're gonna talk about it with the village to see where we go from here, so we're not gonna make a decision tonight.
Well, because one thing I think we need to start doing, now that Gene's not listening, I think we need to get a board member on their board, or a liaison to those. And the reason being is, that's why I said those were rescue squad. They keep increasing their paid personnel, and we need to start looking at what they're, because I live in the healthcare world, so I know what the reimbursement rate is. And they keep adding paid, they want to add a whole second paid crew. I feel for them, but is a medic needed on every call? No, it's not. But either no one can, because you don't know. You come to a car accident. You don't know if you need a medic. Is it nice? It's beautiful. But can we afford it?
It's back to the same old issue of, are we paying for it by municipality? Here's the thing,
So anyway, I just want to let you know.
we have to go,
We can talk about it. Yeah, maybe we can come, we'll talk about it, and then we'll, okay, so
I think
so
you
what
can,
else?
I think you have to go back,
this is
number
electric
two,
car.
to the old model where we split it based on the number of calls.
Proposed, okay, so that's this.
We should.
It's not in the budget now, I told her. Since what I told her, which is why we're not going to make decisions tonight. When I knew that budget, it shows what they asked for last year, it's the same thing.
Should be a B fund item.
They told me that they would want more money. I told them when to get it to me, I kept calling them, I said whatever, they never got it to me. I'm not gonna arbitrarily for the increase, so I told them.
Just so you know, they called me and I just called her back. I'm like,
So I told them, I kept calling them, I said, this is when you need to have it to me if you want an increase in the budget kind of stuff. So I put in what they did, so she came to the town gown, they talked to me afterwards. I said, look, I said, you never got back to me, I said, that doesn't mean we don't have time to talk to you. I said, my budget reflects whatever, I said, what I would like you to do is get onto the town and village budget, I would like to talk to the village and stuff, and then she called to be on the village's executive, she said,
The effect really is that because the college is exempt, the village from a real property taxation perspective is getting a huge benefit. Huge. It's a tax bonus, so the exemption, it forces the burden on the people.
so what did I do, where's the,
Crazy.
where did I just do it? Okay, so let's get this meeting going. Can I have a motion to open the meeting?
So moved. So,
Can I have a motion to
so
open the
moved, so moved.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, we're starting our meeting now, so would everybody please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thanks. Okay, welcome everybody. So, where did I just put the agenda? Okay, for the agenda, I need to add a few things, okay? We did approve Jim Littlefoot going to the Mohawk Conference, but now what we have to do is just approve the prepay, so I just need to put the prepay on the agenda. We also have to do something with ZBA training on the website that we just need to put on. Also, I'm discussing the upcoming election and food for the election inspectors, I'd like to add to the agenda. And we were asked by the planning board chair for us to just set the public hearing and adopt a resolution for the electric car charging station law that the planning board, and we started to work on, and which I think George told me would be the first one in the state, or if not the county, that's for sure. So I want to add that. Okay, so with that, can I have a motion to accept the agenda?
I'd like to add 2 items.
Sure.
One is a short discussion on Brook Farm, and one is a discussion on our tax assessment practices and policies.
At all.
No, we are, we have the budget, we have,
What I'm saying is with all these additions, we're not going to do the A-fund budget.
no, we have to do it. We have the rescue squads here, Bill Russell's coming, Laura Pettit's coming, so I'm not so sure.
And the rescue squad is here.
The rescue squad is already here, we have a lot of people, and
So,
can we say that for the next meeting, Kevin? Because being that all the people are here already waiting for,
You guys can decide whatever you want.
if you break them into 2 motions, I would second one of them. No? All or nothing?
Or nothing.
Okay, nothing.
Nothing.
Jean?
All of it, because, we're adding all these other things. I don't see why Kevin can't have what he wants.
Okay, so that's a second.
Well, I will put it on if it's after, I will put it on after we invited Laura Pettit, the rescue squad, Bill Russell, and I don't want to keep people waiting, and we're going to have a long conversation, so if we can do that towards the end of the agenda.
The end.
The end of the agenda, okay?
And is
After the budget.
And is the chief coming at 9:30?
The chief is not coming to join us.
Is not coming.
I do
Okay.
not think so.
All right.
Okay, so Brook Farm,
And what was that second thing? Tax what?
assessment.
It's quite an interesting,
Okay, but we're not going to get into it now, so it's on the
okay,
agenda.
we'll wait till everybody leaves, so maybe they can watch it on TV.
Okay, then you want to explain it really quickly?
Well, it's just that we have to, we're doing an audit of our tax policies because we've uncovered some pretty dramatic omissions on the part of the town in terms of how it's taxing certain for-profit and not-for-profit organizations. And that we have a town law that's been on the books since 1982 that hasn't been enforced. and it can have a substantial impact in lowering the taxes for all of us in the community by being able to spread the tax burden more broadly across the tax base. So it's going to be a very interesting discussion going forward.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay. Motion so carried. Okay, now we have announcements, and then we'll have public input. So I think there's a few, does anybody at the board have announcements before I find the announcements that are in my packet? Any announcements? Okay, the most important announcement that I want to make before we get into things is Election Day is November 5th, and I don't bring that up because there are certain people sitting on the board that are up for election. I'm bringing it up right at this moment in time because there are a number of constitutional amendments that are on the agenda, changes to our Constitution.
On the ballot.
On the ballot, I'm sorry, I didn't write, not on our agenda, on the ballot on November 5th. When people go and vote, a lot of times they just go and they vote for the person, and they never look up and look at what the amendments, what the referendums are. A lot of times the referendums are just locally, impact us locally. So like, for example, in New Paltz, there will be a referendum on increasing the amount of money that the taxpayers give to the library as a matter of right. And so that is on the referendum, but that's specific to New Paltz. But there's also 6 other referendums that will be changing the New York State Constitution. And so we have these voters' guides to the League of Women's Voters. I think it's really important for people to take these. I think it's really important for people to read these. And if you should go vote, we hope everybody does vote on November 5th. Please read these, and please cast your vote, yes or no, on whether you want to see the Constitution changed. And these are pretty significant, whether it's casinos, whether it's assessments, and giving tax breaks. There's very meaty issues that really impact us as a people of New York State. And so this is of really critical importance, and we have these. If we don't have enough, I think you can go online, or we'd be more than happy to call the League of Women Voters and get more. If people want to pass these around, I just think it's really, really important that people recognize
I would just like
changes to the
to
Constitution.
second what Susan is saying, but when you hear changes to the Constitution, you may not understand that in order to permit casino gambling, you have to amend the Constitution. So it's really important that you look at all of these issues. If you feel that changing the Constitution is something that you really can't grasp, if you actually read these ballot amendments, you will see that they're very clear, plain language. And if you can't get a copy of this, the town of New Paltz has posted each one of these ballot items on our website, and you can read them. You can read the League of Women Voters pros and cons, and then there are lots of websites that are also discussing them in depth. But it's really important that we have a good turnout on all of those referenda, because that's how we get a message back to our state lawmakers.
Okay, now...
Actually, the only other announcement is on Thursday, November 21st. I know it's a little ways away, but we don't have that many more meetings. Thursday, November 21st at 7 p.m. over at the Student Union Building. There'll be a discussion of the Trailways bus station in New Paltz. This is involving
Thank you,
both
Jeff.
the Transportation Implementation Committee, it's involving the county, it's involving Trailways. It's an open public forum. It starts at 7 o'clock, and then it's divided into several different sessions. They do want public input at it, so it's involving, should the bus station stay where it is? Should they be searching for a new location? They have a few ideas, but this whole meeting is designed for public input on the current bus station and then on the future of the bus station. So you have any interest at all, please, it's Thursday of November 21st over at the Student Union Building, and they will have plenty of signage, and there is plenty of parking over there. And if anyone has seen the large buses try to make turns at several of our intersections in this community and had to either back their car up or move their car around them, it's probably a good meeting to attend.
Okay, any other comments from the board, announcements? Okay, I am going to ask to take something out of order. Before we do public input, because there's a number of people here, and I suspect there's a number of people who might want to speak during public input on a subject that we've been speaking about quite a lot. And we have a guest here tonight, and he's waited 20 years, if not longer, to see a World War II Veterans Memorial be replaced after it was taken down a long time ago. So I don't want to make him wait while we go through all the public input. So I would like to ask the board to entertain Mr. Schoonmaker, ask him to come up to join us so we could talk about your memorial. As a quick background, and we will let him speak to us, there was a memorial for the veterans of World War II. And it was up, and it was around, and it was here, and a long time ago it got taken down. And for, I think, over 20 years, Mr. Schoonmaker has been working to replace this at his own expense. And for some reason, things just don't seem to get done sometimes, but we're getting it done, and we're going to hopefully be dedicating it tonight. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to you, and if you could give us a little background, a history, and you've got a really big audience to hear about what you're doing. So we waited a long time, and we got an audience for you tonight.
Thank you, Susan. My name is Harold Schoonmaker. I'm a...
Can you hold?
Oh, I got to talk in this?
Okay.
My name is Harold Schoonmaker, better known as Jake. I'm a native of New Paltz. I was born here 81 years ago, and I've lived here all my life. And I was born in Ohioville, where this beautiful memorial stood at the time of the Second World War. And as a child, 10, 11, 12-year-old boy, I always thought it was a very, very nice because to honor these boys that were, and this memorial was on a piece of property that was when two gentlemen were discharged from the after the war, Second World War. They bought the property, and they put up their first gas station, which was a Tantillo's gas station, which was old 299 at that time. So the war memorial disappeared. And so I've always had this wonderful feeling that war memorials are so important, and there are a lot of them throughout the country that do in time. Some of them disappear. But if you go travel through some towns, small towns, you'll find that they have some really beautiful memorials. So I've had the idea that I would like to restore this memorial, and I was happened to come up across a picture of it that was a woman that lives here in town. Her name is Jean Vanderlyn, and her father, Kenneth Vanderlyn, he bought this, paid for the material, and installed it. And so when I was talking to Jean, which I know all my life, she showed me this, and I said, "Oh God, that's wonderful, Jean." I said, "I'm going to see if we can't." So I was able to acquire. Off of the old board, one of the men's name that is on there. I don't know if anybody here knows Carl Littleberg. Well, he's still alive, and Gene said to me, he has his nameplate nailed up in his garage. So I went to visit Carl. I know him all my life, and bought all my lumber from his lumber yard in New Paltz to build my house. And he took it down. I said, "I want to borrow this." So I took it, and I give it to my son-in-law, who's in the back here, Jurgen Wendy, and he took the measurements of that sign and put it all together and got the size of everything, the board, the names, and then I took it to the copy shop in town and told them to put some color to this and let me see what it would come up like. And we came up with this. And then, in the meantime, my son-in-law has taken on the project of going to a sign company and having all this made up, and he's got all the specs, and I think Susan has them all too. And I understand the property where we would like to put it. I think we're going to get permission from you people, and we're going to reinstall this. It's probably going to. We've been waiting to put this together because we didn't dare. I'm paying for this out of my pocket money, and because it's something I wanted to do, and I kept saying to my son-in-law, well, we can't lay out any money to have the thing built because we might end up putting it installing it on our front yard or something, because they'll tell us we can't put it there. But anyway, that's my project, and it would be a pleasure for me to get permission from everybody, and I've had a lot of support from Susan Zimmett and her secretary, and we've also had a lot of support from, is that the road super?
Yes, that's Chris Marks, the highway superintendent.
Robert Marks, is that?
Chris Marks, our
Chris
highway,
Marks.
who's been absent.
And my son-in-law has talked with him, and Susan has talked with him, and they've agreed that they'll give us some support as far as installing it in the ground. But as far as the making of this and the after effects or whatever, we'll dress it up so it looks nice. And probably if everything goes all right, I think we'll try maybe for a dedication next Memorial weekend. And I think there are 4 or 5 men on this board that are still alive, and I know about 3 of them, and I've already talked to a couple of them, and I would like to have them come, and anybody else. But that's the project.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Taking a donation. Pardon? Are you taking?
Stay here, Mr. Schoonmaker. Mr. Schoonmaker, why don't you stay here for a second? We're not done, so why don't you stay, because there might be, sit down for a minute. We're not done, because of why?
I'm not used to this.
So, Mr. Payne just asked if he would be willing to take donations, and I do want to point out, we do have $500 in our budget allocated towards veterans that we seem to never spend. So I had offered him to offset the cost by using some of our money, that, your taxpayers' money, and he said absolutely not, that this is a project dear to his heart. He's been working on this for a very long time, and he wants to pay for it. So this is how much it means to him. Even when we were offering money, he said no. So we do have the money in the budget, at least to offset whatever costs to help him put it up. So he'll pay for the monument and whatever, but there might be some costs, like with Chris going out and actually digging the holes and putting it in, and maybe some extraneous costs, but we do have the money in the veterans, and how better to spend it than on this. And so it is on state land, as I understand, right? And it's where he's talking, it's specific.
From what we gather, by checking this out, and I think you people have done some checking too, that particular piece of property, nobody knows who owns it, but the town has been maintaining it all these years, from 1945 or 46, like some 60, 70 years.
So it's our property. Where it actually is, just so everybody knows, is if you go out 299 towards Lowe's, and before you get to the College Diner, there's that triangle on the right. I always remembered that, Shaper's was there, but they moved 20 years ago, and it used to be the Alpine Village Restaurant, but it's a new name now. But it's right there, right in front of that triangle. There's a bunch of bushes, and the spot is right there. They have, the state has been talked to, because it's off of a state road, so we know exactly the footage from where it has to be placed from the state, road, and they've given permission. So I think all that needs to be done tonight is for the town board to take a motion to accept this gift for Mr. Schoonmaker, and for us to take ownership of this monument and for it to officially be planned on getting dedicated as soon as you decide you wanted to get it into the ground.
Since you've been working on this, would you like to?
I would love to make the motion, so thank you. So I would like to move that the town of New Paltz accept the gift of a World War II Veterans Monument from Mr. Schoonmaker with great gratitude, and that the town will use the $500 in the veterans line to offset any costs that need to be done to make this project a reality. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Second.
Okay, Jeffrey, second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried. Congratulations. Oops, I don't know. I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And he's only waited 20 years, 30, 40 years? Okay. So, okay, with that, I will now go to public comment. So anybody who would like to speak, please go over to the microphone and, right now, there's no hearings, this is just public comment. So nobody wants to speak. Ray.
Good evening. Hello. I have no speeches today that I wrote down. It's just coming from me. Yesterday, well, I'm involved in this group called New York Rising Communities, of which Susan put me on this committee. And every Monday, we meet between 4 and 6 on the second and fourth Monday at the firehouse, and we meet either in Rosendale or which would be the first and third Monday. But on November 4th, we're going to meet in Kingston at the college, which is off Ulster Avenue. And these meetings, the public is invited if they want to come and give input. Yesterday, we had the privilege of going up to Albany for this convention. Joe Miller, myself, Julia Robbins, we're all committee members, and Susan was up there as well. And it was very, very informative. The state they got $3 million for each community that comes up with a plan for resilience for flooding mitigation. But there's also $32 billion available from the federal government for Think Big projects. So if you have any Think Big projects ideas, maybe you want to come down to one of the meetings, give us your big project idea. It would be very well appreciated. When we were up in Albany yesterday, we got to go over to the governor's mansion, which it's a place of history where many great people have done good things for our state. And I just want to say that I was very proud to be in that building, standing next to the governor, shoulder to shoulder. And I'd like to thank Susan for putting me on that committee, because I really have been trying to make a difference in this community, trying to get involved, and Susan has put me in that position where it's possible. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, but just for the record, and also just so the board knows, I didn't, what we did was, we were asked to recommend people from the community to be considered for the committee, and we wanted to make sure we had people west from the Wallkill who've been very involved, so we gave a list of names, and it was actually the governor's office and Lori DeBoard who made the actual appointments, not me personally. So I just want the board to know I didn't appoint them, we just gave a bunch of names, but we did submit your name along with a lot of other people, and we're delighted to have you because you've really taken it very seriously. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Andy Lawyer. I'm reading a letter that...
You got to talk into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm reading a letter that Susan Blickstein wrote, and she asked me to read it and then submit it officially to the town meetings. Just to speed everything up, I'm going to skip over a lot of the details. You still can't hear me? Okay. Basically, we broke down that, or she, she's a professional in traffic planning, and what we hoped is we would be able to ask the board and the community to consider both short-term and long-term actions that would help, the traffic mitigation of, the connector between Lynn Farm Development, Old Mill, and Woodland Pond. Some of the short-term actions were that to ask Woodland Pond to post a no truck sign at the entrance from their loop road to the George Danskin Way. Ask Woodland Pond to submit written confirmation of a policy so that all commercial vehicles use their main entrance. Ask Woodland Pond to install 2 speed bumps with bicycle slips on George Danskin Way, if they would consider that. Ask the town of New Paltz to file paperwork to request a reduction of the speed limit to 20 miles per hour on Old Mill, Waring, and Lent, which I think Woodland Pond, the private road, is also 20 miles per hour, so it would be consistent. Ask the town of New Paltz to erect a truck restriction signage on Old Mill, Waring, and Lent. Ask the town of New Paltz to install speed humps on Lent Drive, Waring, and the undeveloped section of Old Mill. Ask the town of New Paltz and Woodland Pond to work with taxi companies to strongly encourage the use of North Putt access for all travel to and from Woodland Pond. And then upon opening of the gate, to have the New Paltz Police Department conduct targeted enforcement of the new stop signs for the first 2 weeks, and then periodically after that initial period. Those were our short-term goals that we would hope that we could all come to an agreement on and try and put into effect. The longer term, there was 2 more. The other one is, 2 other ones is to ask Woodland Pond to install an employee break area in their campus. Right now, they just drive down to the end of George Danskin Way and they smoke and take their lunch breaks and things of that nature. Once that road is opened up, it wouldn't be safe. There's no shores or park. If they could designate an area where they could eat, eat, sit on a bench, if they have to smoke or something of that nature. And then also to have them in that area to put some trash receptacles so the trash could go in and not just on the road. And then the last short term and long term is the Woodland Pond operates additional shuttles for routine needs for the residents, and that the shuttle could be used if it was on a more. Susan talks in detail here about how the buses could be used on a more regular schedule, so maybe to reduce the traffic. The longer term goals that we are hoping to, there's only 2, is the town works with the county and Woodland Pond to develop a plan for secondary access via Irwin Lane and to reinstall the gate, allowing emergency access and bicycle pedestrian access only. Another long-term action would be for the village and the town to work with Woodland Pond to dedicate their streets as public streets. The only equitable approach long-term is to have Woodland Pond roads be truly public streets so that speed limits, truck restrictions, public access, and other regulations can be adequately and consistently enforced. I guess our concern was there, if it's a private road, which it is now and it stays that way, that even if Woodland Pond agrees to put up these signs or make these restrictions, there's no way, it's difficult for them to enforce it, and the town or the village doesn't have the ability to enforce it for them because it's a private road. And so that is, this letter was sent around, and a bunch of the people in our neighborhood signed the letter in agreement that these were some of the actions that we would like the board and also Woodland Pond, their residents and their management to consider. Thank you.
Thanks. Give it to, Is there anybody else who would like to speak during public comment?
Last week, we had a meeting here, and something interesting happened on the way out. Dorothy, Jessup, and Trina Green and I started and I kind of had a feeling that the gate is coming down, and we kind of tried to brainstorm what we could do as neighbors. So I said I would try to contact the Woodland Ponds administration, which starting on Friday and Monday and Tuesday, I called. And I did get Allison on Friday, and she said she would talk to Bob Simons about having some administrator present at our meetings. And I kind of hit a dead end. Now, when I talked to Trina today, she said, Sue, you would be the one to contact. So I'm contacting you and myself and another resident and several people from Woodland Ponds. If we could somehow brainstorm and try to mitigate some of the impact. And one other thing I wanted to ask, if Danskin is a private road, then doesn't that mean that whatever Woodland Ponds administration says or enforces or says that they want, like no employee driving there, wouldn't they have the right, just like they say it's a no smoking campus and employees can't smoke on it, and couldn't they say you can't drive? And that would ease a huge amount of impact if they could restrict the employees. If you
Right now it's public input, so when we get to the agenda portion, I can speak towards some of that.
Okay.
But right now, it's for the public to speak enough. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Dorothy?
I don't think she heard it. You can say it again, Albert.
I would like to clarify. When I spoke to you, Mary Ann Winfield, on the way out, I simply was, out of courtesy, trying to say, I think I said this in the public hearing, that we as residents of Woodland Pond do not have the authority to tell our employees what to do. In fact, the administrators, the management of Woodland Pond has told us that they do not have the authority to tell their employees where to drive. We can ask them to be courteous and considerate, and that's what I was trying to say, that we could try to get a little publicity out just about, be courteous, these are your neighbors, but we cannot enforce that. The second point is, the place where they smoke is not Woodland Pond property. That property belongs to Peter Beanstalk, and I don't know if it's for sale right now, it may be, but the point is that there are two property owners between Lent Estates and Woodland Pond. So we don't really have control over that road. That road is an easement on the property, and I don't think because, I'm not even sure if it's a private road. Is it a private road, Susan?
Are you talking about George Danskin Way?
Danskin Way?
I think it's a village road.
I think George Danskin Way is a village road.
It's a village road, right?
And then...
I think it's a public road, and I think it's...
Now, I'm just trying to,
It's a private road.
It's a private road in the village.
I'm just
Okay,
trying to clarify.
it's a private road in the village.
It is a private road in the village, okay. But I don't know if that's, I can't make promises on behalf of other people. I don't know what they can do. All I was trying to say is we can try to just ask people to think about that. And I hope that's clear. I just also wanted to say that it disturbs me that we're still talking about a short-term and a long-term solution for the road. We had a long-term solution decision way back 4 years ago, before Woodland Pond was open, and we've been waiting for a short-term resolution to be solved, and I really hope that gate's going to come down. I think, I'm going to repeat what I said last week. I think that we can all try to be courteous, and we can try to be considerate as we drive through there. We can ask others to do that, but I don't think it's reasonable at this point to try to impose any more restrictions. And I hope the gate will come down. We were hoping it would come down by today.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Everett? Everett, if you could just go up there.
I don't understand why they're trying to prevent a guy from walking down the road to smoke a cigarette. All this should have been worked out before they moved into Woodland Ponds instead of afterwards. Because they're never going to do it in the court of law. Something has to be done the right way and was done the wrong way in the beginning. So they've got to face it and live up to it. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Albert Hoffman, Woodland Pond. Andy, where are you? Andy's here. The road where you live on, does the school bus have the right to go up to your house to pick up your children?
They do.
Or do they have to walk down to the corner to pick up the bus?
I think they could technically do it. It is a town road, but the school district chooses. Lynn Drive is.
Well, actually, it's a very interesting thing because well, I'm not supposed to talk until you.
Yeah, but the
Yes.
school district chooses their own route.
Well, no, it's a private road. They can't choose it right now. They cannot go down your road.
But they're
Well,
not
you
supposed, they're not supposed to, but they
go on Warren.
they're not.
That's
But anyway,
anyway.
They're not supposed to, but they are.
They would
That's the
regardless to stop.
So you've never really asked that question, you don't really know the answer to that?
The question of what?
Yeah, whether the school bus can come up that road to pick up your children, and if the house across the street is sold and there's a couple of kids going there, will that school bus be able to go up to those houses to pick up the kids?
I think they would be allowed to, but they wouldn't
you should really
necessarily.
direct your comments to the town board. That's
Well, I'm asking him a question.
But it's not the.
public comment to the town board.
I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, this is something that we probably haven't thought about, but I walk up and down the road most every day with my dog, and I see the school bus the other day, and I saw the garbage truck the other day, and both of those are very heavy, and we're talking about weight limits here. And as you know, in Hurley now, they're just with reducing the tonnage on that bridge, the school buses are going crazy to try to pick up the kids. And I'm wondering, how this might affect what we're talking about, limitations on that road with these are big vehicles going up and down there. I think it's something that needs to have some more consideration. Maybe hasn't been looked at well enough. Because I know the garbage truck that goes up and down there too.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else like to speak?
You can't stop interstate commerce is against it. Kevin can speak to that better.
We'll answer that later.
You can't.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna-
I reported criminal activity in the New Paltz Assessor Office to county 5 years ago. The Attorney General, the District Attorney, and reported it to this town board 2 years ago. The criminal activity in the Assessor's Office still resides. So I would suggest you get in touch with Representative Gibson, because he's the only person I can think of that hasn't been involved yet. Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak during public comment?
I'm Bill Schnitzer. I think I'm in a rather unique position here because I've been a resident of New Paltz since 1972. When I retired in '95 from the New York State Department of Correctional Services, my wife said, "You're not going to sit around the house all the time doing nothing." I ended up being invited to get on the planning board of the village. And I was on the planning board a number of years. I was vice chair. I was asked to be on the village board. I turned it down, thankfully. And I also became chair of the Stock Preservation Commission. Now, all during that time, in 1972, my wife and I, and when we came here, 3 little children, bought a home on North Manheim Boulevard. You have to understand the history of North Manheim Boulevard, and it's relevant to the discussion about Lead Farms. At that point, there was no Henry W. Du Bois Road. North Manheim was not a through road for any extent. Our neighbors next door said, right after the First World War, when the first houses were built, or their house was built, that road dead-ended in front of their house. And they said children played in the street because it ended there, and they had a basketball hoop sit up in the middle of the street. But as time went on, that road started to be extended, North Manheim Boulevard. And it kept going and going and going until it went over the hill into the town and ended up down there, which some people think is a cul-de-sac, but it's not. It's making some two roads going in different directions. So at that point, Henry W. Du Bois Road was made through. And suddenly, the people of North Manheim, we had a lot of little children on that road. And at that point, we noticed a tremendous increase in traffic because North Manheim Boulevard became the best cutoff from downtown to get to Route 32. So, we were very concerned about our children, but we as parents made sure we watched them carefully. Now, we lived, our lot was 50 feet frontage, 150 feet deep, with a 20-foot setback. So one day I looked out and I knew why I couldn't grow grass under my maple tree, because there was a dozen tricycles, bicycles, heaven knows what else there. So we got together and we went to the village. We said something's got to be done about this. There was a long, involved discussion. One was the town, in its infinite wisdom, had taken and put a sidewalk on one time just past my house. There was no more sidewalk. That was a big concern. Well, everybody said, well, the village should put more sidewalk in, but the neighbors that was going on objected because they're responsible for keeping it cleared. Now, we did have the speed limit lowered, and then Mayor West at that time, in his first term, I said, well, they'll put a speed bump in there. He put it right in front of my house. And it wasn't a speed, it was industrial strength. It was huge. Everybody went over with crashing and banging, and during rush hour, all the pickup trucks. It was awful. Stuff was, my kids and I, we were out there building nails and screws up. But the speed bump caused people to be so upset that obscenities were yelled at us. So it was not funny. So all I'm saying is now, that at this point, I can understand, I can empathize with the concerns of the people in Lead Drive and so forth. However, all of the work that's been done by the Highway Department, all the work that next week you will be lowering the weight limit, which I think is an excellent idea. That gives us, my final point is this, that you can go to the records if you want, no child on North Manheim Boulevard was ever hit by a vehicle since 1972. Go check the records. So I can understand this, but I can't understand this drumbeat that goes on. We have never heard of all these other new mitigations and what Woodland Pond should be doing and so forth and so on. But we want to be good neighbors. We should have conversations. Dorothy's very correct. But I just think it's time for this to get closure. And I find that in the law written, to get this road dedicated is a good law, and it should be a good example of how roads should be striped and taken care of and so forth by the town. So please, let's have a continuing conversation, but let us get the road dedicated and let's take the gate down, because I believe the vast number of trucks and employees that they say are going to come through will not, because we've had a lot of conversation up there. All the big trucks go to our loading dock on the north end. And finally, very finally, typical clergyman that I am, this is my final point, is that at the point of the entrance to Woodland Pond, it's very dangerous. Coming down North Hutt Road, heading north, the turn lane is in the middle. The speed limit's 45, and you pull in that, and here comes a truck this way and a truck that way. Now, I know every little way of getting around the village. I would be very pleased to sedately drive through there. At my age, I have to be sedated to get to Henry W. Du Bois. So please, let's not start trying to attenuate this out infinitum. Because sometimes I feel, as Hamlet did, when he, in his great soliloquy, said, "The law's delay and the insolence of office." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, if that's done, then we'll close public comment and we'll start our meeting. So what we will do is do Lent Drive first, because I know most of you are here for Lent Drive. From what I understand, I also think the attorney on behalf of New Paltz Views is here. Is that you?
Yes. Mr.
Okay,
Schutzman.
So I don't know if you want to come and speak to us or have any say, or you're here for a reason.
Sure.
Yeah, please. Okay, so now we're in our meeting part of it, so it's not even public comment, it's,
A vast fire database has been updated.
Thank you. My name is Stanley Schutzman. I'm a local attorney out of Poughkeepsie, New York, and I represent New Paltz Views. And New Paltz Views is the owner of the remaining portion of Lent subdivision, and has made application to the town board for acceptance of dedication of Lent Drive as a public roadway. I know there's been a long process between my client and the board. I know, it's my understanding that at this point, all requirements of my client in terms of cost and expense have been made with respect to the roadway. I believe that the town highway superintendent has confirmed that, and the town engineer has confirmed that. As part of the recent process, it's my understanding the town board had asked for some additional escrow with respect to some matters affecting the project, which my client had agreed to. It's my further understanding that several weeks ago, the town board had asked, or the town attorney, for permission of the highway superintendent to go on the property to make improvements at the town's expense, whatever the town wanted to do. So at this point, as far as my client is concerned, unless there's something that is new or it's outside of my understanding, my client has fully performed with respect to the dedication. All improvements that it was responsible to make have been made. They've all been signed off. Additional monies in connection with the negotiation with the board have been made. And now, if there are any improvements or considerations to be made, these are to be done by the town at the town's expense. The town has permission, and there's no reason why the town cannot accept dedication of the road promptly. And in doing so, the town can complete whatever improvements based upon its discussions in terms of some of the issues that you folks are all discussing. But from my understanding, what is being discussed here so far really doesn't affect directly my client's responsibilities and obligations with respect to this roadway, which are, as of today, fully complete. So respectfully, we feel that we have fully completed everything required. All documents have been confirmed by the town attorney as having been delivered. All improvements have been made. All sign-offs have been made, I believe, by the highway super and the town engineer. So respectfully, we see no reason why the town board should not accept immediate dedication of the road. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, I want to there were a couple things that were brought up during public comment that I just want to respond to. One is on the weight limit that, how do we phrase it, Jeff? Commerce?
Kevin, what is it about stopping commerce?
You can't stop commerce, so
Yeah.
school buses.
You can't stop interstate commerce. School buses, UPS, FedEx.
Right, okay, so even though we were
Anything
doing the
involved.
weight limit, we're lowering the weight limit, that doesn't mean that somebody can't deliver to somebody's home, that the garbage trucks can't go there. So everyday commerce, but, right, so that's exempt. It's just that, in other words, a very big truck that's doing a delivery cannot choose to use those roads because it's a quicker way to get somewhere. So it's banning sort of all outside traffic, not the traffic that needs to go to somebody's home. So that's one thing. In regards to Mary Ann, your comment, at the end of last week's meeting, I was delighted to see a number of Woodland Pond residents and a lot of Lent Waring and Old Mill Drive people up there talking, and I thought that was a very, very good sign. And I felt like, well, that's what needs to be done, is you guys are neighbors and you guys need to talk, and because this is only going to get solved when you as neighbors talk to each other. I was up there last Saturday because I had a wonderful arts show at Woodland Pond, and I know there's a lot of artists at Woodland Pond, so I went to see the great work, and of course I spent the whole afternoon talking about the issue and stuff. I had offered to Trina Green that I would be more than happy to come to the meeting, and she said, well, we were going to invite you anyway. So I said, well, I'd like to come, and so I had said to her that I would get in touch with Allison, and I have been emailing Allison to ask her to try to move forward with the employees and do policy and whatever. So I have been emailing her and asking her, and every time she invites me to come to Woodland Pond to speak, I always write back and say, and I'd like you to do this policy, it would really help. Okay, so it's been a constant conversation. So I did talk to Trina on Saturday, said I would be more than happy to facilitate a meeting with Allison. We had agreed that we were going to have 2 employees. They were going to ask 2 employees to be there to represent the employees, because what I understand from, there's only so much Woodland Pond they can make rules within their private property, but they can't tell employees what roads, public roads they can and can't use. That's where legally they can't do that. But, okay, but, I mean, they can make recommendations, but they can't make whatever. And so, but getting the employees there to be willingly to work together was, what we were hoping to do. I know a lot of the Woodland Pond people have been speaking to the employees about this concerns and stuff. So I said that we would have that conversation. We'd have 2 employees. We would have residents from Woodland Pond, residents from you guys. I would be there. The thing holding it up for the moment is they're going through a transition with their management at Woodland Pond. Bob Seidman is moving up, and you're bringing in a new manager, so she wanted to wait for that person to get in for us to set that meeting up and have a conversation. And
Something needs to be clear.
sure.
We're talking only about neighborly.
Yes, I know that. Absolutely.
Understanding, and that, I think, we can do, and I think that can be quite significant.
We'd have to take that too and make it a public.
Because we don't have the authority to do
Right.
But, so I think
Go
that, I think that a big part of what's been missing at these discussions is the village. And so, the town must do what the town must do, but I would very much like to see this on the agenda for our next joint town-village meeting, because we have really learned the hard way about what the needs are when you're planning for a rural community right next to a much more densely occupied community. And unfortunately, that, sidewalks ended, and we don't have the kind of walkable community at Lent Drive that we should have had. So the town is obligated to do what the town must do, but I think that many of these recommendations that have come from Ms. Blickstein and the residents of the town could end up in a very productive agreement between the town and the village if we both do our share. So I think that's the forum to take many of those recommendations. Our jurisdiction stops at the village line, but our conversation should be between both municipalities. So I think that's where the recommendations that you handed in tonight and that we've been hearing about for the last year can really take a productive step forward.
So where we're at for the moment is on, if I remember correctly, Rosanna, November 6th is when we have the public hearing on the weight limit and no through truck traffic, right? So we're doing that, and on, we can have our public hearing. Jean is hoping that all of you who want to see this happen, because I think both sides want the weight limit and the no-through traffic to happen, so we're hoping that we won't have a long public hearing, because you just all support us doing it, because we're also doing budget meetings at night, and we're going to do a joint town-village meeting, but we are going to do that. After we close the public hearing, we can adopt the law that night. As soon as we adopt the law, Chris can get the signs up. Actually, he could leave the meeting and go put the signs up. But we've actually gotten permission from your client for us to do what we need to do to make these roads safer, despite the fact that we don't own them. So we've been able to go making all these improvements for the moment, so we can try to do the best that we can. So we can probably put those signs up even beforehand, knowing that we'll probably, support it. It's up to you. But, so we're doing that on the 6th. So I guess from the board's perspective, in terms of proceeding, what my preference would be is to have our town attorney here when we dedicate the road, so we go through the procedure in a proper way. We could have well, I think, I mean, it's up to the board if we feel comfortable.
Can I ask a question? Just maybe we can get some comment on this. I think it would be nice if there was a committee formed and populated by some members of Woodland Ponds and Lent Drive. And I know you're growling about this now, but just imagine if the Lent Drive development was built first. Would there be an access through a residential development for such a large complex? I think if you honestly asked yourself that question, you'd probably answer it the way most of us would answer it, and the answer would be no. So my thinking is this: why doesn't the town, in cooperation with the village, come up with a solution for this traffic problem and create another egress point back out onto North Putt Road? I can't imagine, and even with Bill tonight mentioning that he doesn't prefer to drive on North Putt, he prefers to drive through a more, residential setting, that doesn't really solve the problem. If you're having problems using your main entrance, then perhaps there should be another entrance that you feel better about using. I'm just saying, had you planned this the opposite way, there wouldn't be a thoroughfare through a residential development. I know you don't like to hear that, but it's a fact. So I think there should be work done on creating another access point to Woodland Pond that wouldn't run through this development. That's just what I'm thinking. So we might as well start planning for that now instead of just glossing over the issue. That's my view.
Right, then I suspect what we should plan on doing then is maybe alert the village planning board that we would want to have a meeting with them, not the village board, because it's really the planning board that approved the Woodland Pond site plan, okay? And it was the village planning board that went through that process for years. They're the ones that are going to have the documentation, and they're the ones that are going to have the site plan. And I think that if you wanted something thorough, that you'd want to meet with the planning board.
Couldn't we use Erman Drive as a potential?
Not unless you buy it.
But if we
More dangerous going on.
well, if we plan for it, though, I'm just trying to come up with a solution to a problem.
Okay, wait, guys, this is going to start to get out of control, okay? So,
You keep up this discussion, you're going to have a revolution. This has a long history.
This is me speaking. This is not anybody else speaking on the board. This is me.
The town planning board required that not be a cul-de-sac. in the spring of 2001.
But that's well before it was ever developed.
Planning board, and that drive, and that estates were being planned.
And I think, just because I've been around for part of it, and, I wasn't there in 2001, but I was there for later meetings along with Kitty and at planning board meetings, and you're absolutely right, and I don't think you'll hear several of the residents in the residential community that's right next to Woodland Ponds agree that that is an egress. There could be other opinions that some of them will give that it never was, but majority of them will agree, yes, they do understand that it's an egress. I think what Kevin is pointing out, which is we need to look, is what else can we do to mitigate the problem. I think Kitty put it best one night when she said, this is what we find when you don't have a single master plan or a plan and you put a very large commercial development next to a small residential development. I will agree with the gentleman that spoke. I grew up playing on the other end of Manheim. I grew up playing basketball and dodgeball on South Manheim. Well, that would be unthinkable now, of course. And we were thankfully never hit either. But we are in a busier and a more populous community now. I also grew up with 2 streetlights in this community, and we now have almost 4 times that now. So I think what Kevin is pointing at is we do need to look for solutions. We do need to go back to also what Gene said is these were requirements, and this I was paying attention to at the time, although I wasn't sitting on a board. The county came down, Dennis Doyle himself came down and asked the village board, or basically told the village board, you have to put in another egress and it will be through Lent Drive. And that was a condition of them getting a site plan approval and a condition of sequence. That was also a condition of the county approving it. They would have had to have had a supermajority on the village planning board at that time to do it. The supermajority absolutely did not exist at that time, so the road was approved going in. So it's really, where Kevin says the village, and the village, it is the village, it's also the county. So I think Ermine Lane is absolutely something we should look at. Is it the answer? I don't know, but I hear you. Dorothy, I hear what you're saying, but I think Kevin's point is well taken.
What I'm
There's no
confused
question that
about
the
is
gate
that-
will come down.
Right.
But
okay, let's get to when.
Yes.
It's on
This
our
year.
agenda.
This
It's
year.
on our agenda to do it
Why
tonight.
are you talking like
Why
that?
aren't we doing it tonight? It's on the
It's
agenda.
going to
I
happen.
think it is
I
on
was
our
making a
agenda
suggestion.
tonight.
Since it's on the agenda.
It is on the agenda, okay? And I was making a suggestion until Kevin, my suggestion was that it is on the agenda for tonight, and my suggestion was, what I had hoped before we dedicated the road was that the public hearing on the weight limit and the no through traffic would have happened, it would have been in place, we could dedicate the road with all of that taken care of, the gate would come down. We couldn't do it because of the noticing. We are on November 6th, which is only next Wednesday, right? Okay, a week from Wednesday, that we have the public hearing. We, after we do the public hearing, we accept the weight limit, the no through traffic. We can dedicate the road that night. We can have the attorney here. The gate can come down that night. And this way, at least there's mitigations in place for the residents, which is what we've been trying to do, is sort of get everything done parallel in a way that at least is as much as we can do. We've gotten the striping done. Again, understand.
Before the election.
All right.
You know what, I can't, the election, if you guys, everybody in this room.
You
does not
shouldn't make it
vote for me.
political.
Right. Okay, so.
You should.
Let's take Susan and the election out of this conversation.
ridiculous.
What I would like to say is there, I'm sorry that our town attorney. No. No, stop. Susan, stop. Come back. No, you're not. Susan, you're not recusable. But what I want to say is it possible, Chris Marks, is it possible to dedicate the road tonight and to leave the gate up until we have the public hearing on the weight limit? Is there any reason we can't do that?
We can do that.
We can do that?
We can.
Okay. So I think that solves the problem. We get the road dedicated, and the gate stays up the dedication can be done tonight. That solves a lot of transportation questions for the future. And then 2 weeks from tonight, the wheels of government grind exceeding slow. I'm sorry to say that, but this is the fastest we can go tonight. So, I would like to entertain a motion.
Excuse me?
You could argue that.
I would, no, I think we're done with public comment.
All right.
Okay. I know, we all want to, okay.
You know what, then? If I could give my opinion, I'm with Susan then, and I would rather wait until we do the public hearing on the signs and the weight, and that's because my position is that once it's a town road, the gate has to come down. So if we dedicate the road tonight, I will be voting against leaving the gate up.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I don't, I could
so
care less that I'm out voting.
Let's talk among ourselves, okay? So that's Jean's position. So either we dedicate the road tonight and the gate comes down, would be
Or we dedicate the road and the gate stays up. Or we wait 2 weeks.
Okay.
And do the public hearing, and then Chris does the signs, and then the gate comes down, but the signs are up.
Susan, can I ask one question?
No, because Kitty wants a discussion amongst ourselves and doesn't want any
Right.
public comment at this point, so.
Well, I don't want.
Because then it's you, and then it's Dan, and it's
Wait, I don't want to.
So that's 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you think of more?
Well,
Do we have more?
I mean, I am, to what Kitty said, that is, I love the idea of dedicating, getting mitigation in, and not removing the gate until mitigation. The difficulty being after conferring with paid attorneys, unpaid attorneys, and having the presence of the attorney of them here, because my feeling has always been, well, let's just see if we have to go to court. It is very obvious we are going to end up in court very quickly. And I cannot blame, the attorney, and there's no knock. I can't blame the people that own the property for doing it, because we are holding money of theirs until we dedicate this road. So they have money on the line. So my tolerance right now then would be leaning towards what you're saying, which is let's wait the 2 weeks. We will have some mitigation in place from Chris, which will help to start to make the road safer. We'll have some mitigation in place. We can dedicate and then take down the gate to avoid getting ourselves in. I mean, Kitty, I do totally agree with you.
What concerns me about that is that we keep hearing good ideas about how to make this whole situation safer, smarter, slower, smoother. And I'm concerned that if we continue to hold off taking the one action that we are required to take, we will be forever contemplating what to do next. And it's on the agenda for, I don't know, the 3rd or 4th time, and I just feel that when we put something on the agenda, we should be serious about acting on it.
So I just want to ask.
You should act on it.
Okay. Okay, Chris, our highway superintendent, absolutely.
Just a suggestion. I've had a traffic counter out on Waring Lane for a week now. It's actually scheduled to come down and be counted tomorrow. If you dedicate the road and you decide to have me take down the gate, I can then move the traffic counter tomorrow onto Lent. That'll give you some kind of view on the 6th of how much more traffic is now coming through that road because the gate is down. And that gives you a little data to go on instead of what we think or maybe. It'll give you an actual number. It's
So
just,
that would,
Well, that's what
we
we
could
need.
make a more informed vote
Well, no,
after we get that data in 2 weeks,
No,
is what you're saying.
No, he's saying that what, I don't,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying.
I thought you were saying-
So
I
you don't
thought-
need to, right, he's saying if he can move the counter,
Yeah.
then when we have the public hearing on the weight limit and the speed
Oh.
limit, we'll have more data
Okay.
on which to make a decision.
okay, I thought,
More accurate count, a
Right.
real count.
well, I thought he meant that from more, that gives us, we need that information.
Almost like a trial.
Well, we need that information in order to go to the state to ask for them, the county and the state, to ask for them to lower the speed limit. We need that information, so you're saying we'll get that information sooner, we can act sooner.
But there's a problem with that, I think. Because I think what you're saying, Chris, is that you would be able to get us that data if you take down the gate tomorrow and move the counter.
Yes.
That is,
Okay.
or
So-
not so much take down, but open up.
Okay, open up, okay. But then, so then, the situation that we have is the gate is opened for the next 2 weeks, okay? But
Well,
Okay,
it's going to be open either tomorrow or in 2 weeks.
right.
So, my feeling is just process and procedure. If you put something on the agenda and people come out expecting you to take an action, and this is something that we've had 2 years to really think about and struggle with, and I think it's time, it is longer. I also think that this gives us an opportunity to work better with Woodland Pond, which, although it's in the village, has serious impacts on our other budget items, many of whom are here tonight to talk to us about the impact of Woodland Pond on our budget. So I think we should call the question.
Can I say something?
that's, I'm going to defer to the board. Everyone wants to say something, Dan, does the board want to give these two?
Yes.
Okay.
Jean? Jeff? Okay. Okay, so Dan, Everett, Andy, and then I'm sorry, then we're going to really have to, the board's going to have to make some decisions, because we do have people.
This will be quick. I'm glad Stan is here. He represents Stan Friedman and New Paltz Views. The folks who told us initially that the gate would, that the chain would remain up forever. Stan Friedman told many of us that. Hugh Realtor, Kathy Bullockane told many of us that. We wouldn't have. Kevin hit it on the nail. Hit the nail on the head. If Lent and Waring were in place before you folks moved into Woodland Pond, we wouldn't really be having this discussion. There's no way a town would allow that kind of connectivity between a huge commercial establishment and a small residential area. Excuse me?
Okay, well, anyway, I'm sorry, we got to really, we can't allow this to, we can't allow it to, we have a meeting we have to control, please.
And I'm sorry it got political. I would really like the board to consider what Kevin said in terms of, this doesn't have to be rushed. You have turning lanes on Waring, you have turning lanes on North Putt, and those should be used.
Okay. Everett, then Andy.
Is the blacktop on this road, and is it finished? It's stupid not to open it. Somebody can get hurt, all the other BS, and that's where the town is responsible if they don't open it. And there's plenty of lawyers that need more money.
Okay, thank you. Andy?
The only thing I ask is that we really consider safety in just a little bit of time. I don't think we're going to complete, I mean, we're definitely going to get this resolved before the end of the year. It's been going on for a long time. Like you say, I know everyone's impatient, but if we don't have the speed bumps from the beginning, if we don't have the police there from the beginning, the people who we're okay with, the people who do obey the speed limit, who do go slow, and who are considerate, it's everyone else that none of us have control over, you know, that we do want some consideration in. So if possible, if we could get the safety measures in first, before the gate comes down, that's our primary concern.
Okay.
and it's all about safety. If we have to wait just even 2 weeks to get the safety, I just ask that everyone please consider it.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one more thing I want to say.
Sure, Kevin. No, it's now conversation with the board.
Look, I think,
You want Julie?
yeah.
Okay, I will let Dorothy, Kevin, let Dorothy speak, and then I'm shutting down any comment from the public. So Dorothy, can you get the,
Yeah, let's pick a date.
The gate would not have gone up in the first place if Van Pond had been able to finish the road, the gravel section of the road when they had the papers here. And you brought that injunction against them and stopped it, so I don't think it's reasonable that you could say you didn't know. That was 4 years ago. That road stayed unpaved for a couple of years. When that gate went up, at first there was a chain. We protested that that was supposed to be a through road. And there was some discussion about, well, you wanted to, and I know you're in a very difficult position. I do really appreciate that, because this is not really something that you should have to be dealing with. But when that road was paved, and the residents, you fellows over there put the gate up, we were told the gate would only stay up until the signs got up. And that would be in the spring. So that was the second time it got postponed. And then we were told it would be in July, June or July. And then we were told it would be now. And now this is why you're hearing me up for, because if you're going to put it off for 2 weeks, I think Katie put it very well, was to be 2 weeks. We've already been told so many times it's going to be postponed that we don't believe anymore. We just want to see it down. We want it not to be a temporary solution, another temporary solution, another temporary solution. This has been decided. I would like to remind everybody about what Bill said about Mannheim. This is a modern world. I grew up roller skating in the street. My children did not. My children's world was not the world that we live. Even you're my children's age. You grew up in a world where you couldn't skate in the street. You're getting the reputation now, fellows, over there. And I sympathize with you, but I think you're going too far. And people, if you read the editorial in the New Paltz Times about, it was the end of September, beginning of October, you're really trying to stretch it too far.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to take back this meeting.
Okay, okay.
There's just there's a piece of history in the actual dedication language that I think this is important. It says, whereas by resolution duly adopted on October 6, 2005, the town board of the town of New Paltz consented to the aforesaid assignment. Whereas pursuant to the aforesaid resolution, consent New Paltz views the successor in interests, and there's a lot of stuff until you get to the good part of the security being $506,250. Thank you very much, in escrow. Whereas New Paltz views thereafter entered upon the lands within the subdivision and has been constructing according to town specs a major portion of the roadways designated. Whereas on the 12th day of June 2007, the planning board of the Incorporated Village of New Paltz, Ulster County Incorporated Village, granted to the owners of Kingston Regional Senior Living Corporation approval for the construction of the senior living community. So in fact, Lent Views was approved prior to Woodland Pond. Still lousy planning on the part of both of us, but that's just the history.
I just want to say, and then I'm going to make a suggestion, and then we could decide how we want to move forward. With all due respect, since we came into office, Jean, myself, and you, Kevin, the Lent Drive people came to us to ask us to get the road dedicated. They wanted the road dedicated because for many, many reasons. And Jeff and I have been working on this now for literally 18 months. To say that there's no planning, there's no this, no, thought, whatever, I actually have to tell you I take a lot of offense, because we've been trying to work for 18 months to try to figure this out, and I've probably spent more time on this one project other than a few other things. When I was doing the budget, the only other thing I ever did was this project, okay? So I think for 18 months, we've been working really hard, myself and Councilman Blogan, to try to figure this out, meeting with you guys, trying to do the best we can in a situation that is no win, that we did not create, okay? So we're at a point right now that, we have to take action. We did say we were going to dedicate it a while ago because we told Chris what he had to do. Chris started doing all the work. We've taken on extra expenses as the town board that we've given towards this road. And the reason, just so everybody knows, from frustration, why it hasn't been dedicated sooner was because there were legal things with the easements that we had to take care of, and that was out of our control. And until we got the easement signed, we could not dedicate the road because Chris would not be able to go onto that road and take care of the culverts and that type of stuff. So that became sort of the roadblock in a way for us, was the residents not giving the easements as quick as we thought they would be. We then even went the next step to talk to the lawyer, our attorney, to say, if we don't get the easements, can we still dedicate the road and have the right to go onto the property, which we found that yes, we could if it meant maintaining the road, and the few easements we had left were so small that it didn't matter anyway. So we finally got over that hump. Then we were asked to put in traffic calming measures. So we stepped back a little bit to say, we'll do the traffic calming to help you. We got the permission from your client to allow us to go on the road when we didn't own it, taking that extra step to try to get these measures in place before we had to dedicate it. I think we're at a point right now where, quite frankly, I think we do have to take action, because honestly, I don't really want to talk about this much more, because it's really getting quite upsetting and frustrating. And you're right, cut me in half. You can have me, and half of you can have me. Then you can put me together and bury me in the ground. But it's really getting to a point where it's really taking an awful lot of our time. So what I'd like to ask, okay, my bigger concern for the moment is just the financial part of the escrow account that we have, because we have a lot of your clients' money. There are some things that still need to be done with 1 or 2 more lots on the property. And Chris, I don't know if there's anything else road-wise that needs to be done. So I just want to understand from a financial perspective, if we dedicate the road tonight, I'm not talking about the gate for a moment, but if we dedicate the road tonight, how do we dedicate in terms of the financial money that we hold back and, versus what we end up releasing because we dedicate the road? Can you answer that, or can anybody answer that? Can you answer that?
I thought we had already determined that what we wanted was $10,000 in escrow for the potential of that, where the driveway is built into our right-of-way, and we're still debating about whether we're just going to go up the guy's driveway or there may be a need to make a driveway.
Just so you know, that she's making reference to the driveway down at where the stormwater retention pond is.
Can you use the microphone?
It's my understanding, based upon discussions and agreements that I've exchanged with town council, that whatever required bonds are required are going into place. So whatever the town engineer has determined as a suitable measure, the additional $10,000, all that has been agreed to. So there's no question in my mind that you're adequately and perfectly collateralized by this.
Yes.
I just didn't know. I know that we had the 10,000. I just didn't know if we needed more for any reason or whatever. So
We'll be refunding, Gene will be refunding them,
Well,
giving them money.
I have a question.
Sure.
I need a refresher from Chris. Looking at part of what comes with it, and item number 1 is drainage site and sidewalk easement for lot 8A and 8B. And I can't remember about the sidewalk easement. Can you refresh my memory?
The sidewalk easement was changed several years ago. I mean, although there
We didn't
is...
take it out of, should we take it out of this?
Well,
Kevin?
it's still referred to, and I have 2 attorneys here. I believe it's still, even though we are not putting sidewalks, I believe it's still referred to as a sidewalk easement.
That's right. There is an agreement in place between the developer and the town to post a bond with respect to potential construction should the town so decide.
Okay, but can I ask you? Because, okay, it's specific to Lot 8A and 8B.
Correct.
But that's only 2 lots in the whole place, because then there's these drainage easements for all the other lots.
No, stay there. I'm just asking Stacy to come around because she's trying to.
So I was just
Come around to the microphone.
curious as to why only Lot 8A and Lot 8B have a sidewalk easement, drainage site and sidewalk easement, when the rest of them just have a drainage easement, drainage easement, drainage easement.
Right, and I think what happened there was, again, understand that my client came into this really through a foreclosure process. So I can't speak to what happened initially in terms of the original subdivision. But as part of the subdivision of Lot 8, which was a relatively recent proceeding, in terms of dividing 8 into A and B, the planning board had requested some sort of dedication, a reservation of sidewalk for those 2 lots. So it's only particular to those 2 lots.
Gene, these are the lots at the very end of the road that are just recently cleared.
Okay, so then my question, Kevin, is because it's in here on this page that says dedication, since it says it on here, sidewalk easement for Lot 8A and 8B, does this bind us in any way? Because it would be a sidewalk for 2 lots out of the entire development.
It's just a grant of an easement for those 2 lots. That's all, we're getting a grant of an easement.
And this is actually the easement, just so you
If
know.
we wanted to put up the sidewalk on 2 lots
We could.
out of the whole development,
Well, there actually is, it's actually, these are the ones along Henry W. Du Bois. So the thought was that we would connect Henry W. Du Bois, Gene. So
oh, so come
this
the
is,
day that we get that big grant.
and we do
Okay.
all of Henry
All
W. Du
right.
Bois, this would complete Henry W. Du Bois.
I see.
We do have, and I believe it's still referred to as a sidewalk easement in the whole development, even though there is no sidewalks. So we have easements all throughout. These we do someday would hope to get a grant to do all of Henry W. Du Bois.
Okay, I have one more question.
You can ask one more question. Stacy, did you want to say anything relative to the conversation we just had? Or Jeff answered it? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then I'm still on the same document, and on the back, items number 8 and 9, it says revised drainage easement and temporary cul-de-sac easement for Lot 19 and Lot 20. What temporary cul-de-sac?
Stacy, can you just come up to the microphone?
Because all I hear is about roads and driving through and speeding and... Okay.
Prior to the construction of George Danskin Way, Blanton Drive was a cul-de-sac. It was a temporary cul-de-sac until such time as Woodland Ponds was built, the road was built and connected to Lent Drive. So when that road was built and connected to Lent Drive, the outside areas of the cul-de-sac were to be removed for the road to be completed and go straight. Okay, so that's your temporary cul-de-sac issue. And that property went back to, I believe, the owners on either side of the roadway.
For Lot 19 and Lot 20.
Well, no, remember, Stacy, we moved Andy Lawler's here. Remember, we
Right,
actually,
yes, it got shifted.
it got moved. It's a longer story than that, it got
Long
moved.
story, it all did get shifted.
Okay, well, it got shifted, but is it a cul-de-sac?
No, it is not.
It's not a cul-de-sac. I didn't think it was a cul-de-sac, so what I'm wondering
It shows
is,
as a cul-de-sac on the maps. It shows as a temporary cul-de-sac on the subdivision maps, yes.
okay, but this is dated August 20th of 2013. Now, August 20th of 2013, there were no more temporary cul-de-sacs, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, like, am I allowed to correct this document?
You're looking at
Well, that's because it's been held over for
Do you have to
many
see the
years.
dedication? Why don't you take this?
practical matter, in any of these kind of subdivisions where you're looking to create a through road, you always put, the planning boards as a practical matter, always call it a temporary cul-de-sac. And what they do is they put a map note on to say to those property owners that when the road is dedicated, they agree that and the town agrees to relinquish that part of the cul-de-sac that's not within the meets and bounds of the 50-foot right-of-way, now public road. And those lot owners get the benefit of that extra property. So there's a requirement in the dedication that the meets and bounds, as provided by the engineers and the surveyors, be put into the dedication document, because it's not part of the full dedication. It gets reverted back to the property owners. So this is something that has been discussed and agreed to between the surveyors and myself and the town council in terms of, and I'm assuming that the highway superintendent had the full package and also had reviewed this to make sure that the language of the document was correct in terms of how the property rights were followed.
Thank you. Okay, so what are you guys reviewing, looking? What I would okay, so what I would like to suggest, okay, is I'd like to go home and call it quits, but that's beside the point. I'm here. What I'd like to do is, for us to dedicate the road tonight, take the action, then this way the people from Woodland Pond know we're serious and we're not shirking our responsibility. However, I would like for the gate to stay up for the next 2 weeks until November 6th, when we have our public hearing on the weight limit and the new through truck traffic, and then as soon as that gets approved and that becomes law, that we take the gate down after that, and in the interim, that a meeting gets scheduled next week based on all the players that we spoke about, so we can start to keep moving forward with trying to see how we could get the policies in place where the employees voluntarily agree to whatever, and the trucks don't go, and we just have the conversations going as a way to keep this moving. And that's what my suggestion would be. Would somebody like to second it for just discussion purposes, then I can answer that?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, look, I'm going to give you...
All I want to know is what happens if they don't approve these weight limits?
You have 5 people sitting here
They
right
is
now.
we.
We're the ones who are going
It's
to,
us.
it's going to be a public hearing.
Why don't
It's
we
already
just
set.
set,
One second.
why don't we set a date for taking the gate down? Period.
November 6th.
Period.
Well,
I understand that. I just want to make him
wait.
understand that, wait a second, we're setting a public hearing. People will come and either complain that they don't want us to do it, or they'll tell us they want us to do it. Quite frankly, I hope none of you show up, even though I'd love to see you all, but you all come, nobody says anything, we approve it, we set the weight limit, we say no through...
If you don't approve it?
I don't think there's anyone sitting here... who's
I
not-
just want to say that
Sure.
it was the supervisor and this board that asked the superintendent of highways to come up with these 2 things for us to have a public hearing on. So we have already expressed our interest in having these things come before us so that we can vote on them.
Well, actually, I'll go another step. We hired our attorney, the town attorney, we expended money as a town board to ask for these 2 laws to be drafted. We adopted these from the perspective of setting a public hearing with the intent of adopting these laws, and we wouldn't have expended the money, set a public hearing if we were going to vote against them. So you have 5 board members who voted for this, to move this forward. We will vote on, I suspect that there's not a board member up here who's going to vote against this, and so that's why my recommendation is for us to dedicate it tonight.
All I want is your word. You
Okay.
said that you are going to vote it.
Well, no, we can't promise to vote on something before we have the public hearing.
I said that I do not think that there is a board member sitting up here who will vote no.
But that
I will promise you that I will not vote no, okay?
Think is the crucial word in that statement, okay? Nobody has committed to voting one way or the other, but we will have a robust discussion at the public hearing, and don't forget that we've already invested considerable time and money in bringing that issue before us. So,
Well, anyway, is there any...
do you want to make the motion?
Well, I made a motion that we dedicate the road tonight, and we keep the gate up, and then we take the gate down on November 6th after we approve we potentially approve the weight limit and no through truck traffic.
Okay, so
And so
to
that's the
rephrase
motion, that's the motion.
Why don't you pass his motion? I like
So-
that. Makes it positive.
Well, yeah, before we, I'd like to see full support of the board. If everyone on the board has a comment, I wouldn't mind hearing it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't-
it's discussion purpose.
We
so now we're discussing.
inherited this problem. and we can't solve it tonight. So I suggest that we accept the road for dedication and set a definite date for removing the gate. Make it clear.
Would you like to make a friendly amendment, Kevin?
Yes, I would.
Just please make it.
We're going to pick a date. Do you want to say November 6th?
I think it should be the day after the public hearing, so that we...
November 7th?
What's the date?
It would be November 7th.
November 7th.
We're having the public hearing on the 6th.
Okay, so let's do it the day after the public hearing, so everybody knows it's coming down on the 7th.
Okay, so, Kevin, you're making an amendment to mine, so I will withdraw my amendment. Kitty, will you withdraw your second?
Well, you can just accept the amendment.
Okay, well,
So you're saying you disagree with
No,
this?
you accept his friendly amendment.
No, I accept this friendly amendment.
Right.
So the
we're
motion
good?
is, just so everybody understands, the motion on the table right now is that this board will accept the road tonight and go through the process of dedicating the road tonight, and after we accept it, it's a town road. However, we will keep the gate up, allowing this board to have time to have the public hearing, so we can accept the weight limit and no through traffic, but regardless of what happens, on November 7th, the gate will come down. So that's the motion on the table. And that has been seconded by, right, Kitty? You've
Yes.
accepted the friendly amendment.
Yes.
Is there any discussion by the board?
I just like to add another point. I will be working toward developing a future solution to this problem. That's what I want to say.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's great, but let's just understand we've all been working towards
I know.
trying to come up with a solution, and it'd be great to have you join myself and Kevin, myself and Jeff, as we
No,
work
do
towards
it.
this solution. Great. Okay, so all
take a
in
vote.
favor of the motion on the table?
Aye.
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 Okay, aye. Okay, motion so carried. So now, I guess the first step in the process is,
To take a break.
is for Chris to, we'll do it after the Lynn Drive.
Okay. All right.
To accept the order.
So, Chris, do you solemnly swear to? You have to accept the,
The order, laying out the lands of
can you
Lynch Drive
can you come up here and,
and Waring Lane as public highways in the town of New Paltz, Ulster County.
Sign.
so you have to, do you accept this? Did you solemnly swear to accept this?
Do you want a
Okay.
signature on this?
She needs one copy signed by
Want me
everybody.
to sign this one?
Do we have to, well, this is
We
the,
have one, we need one copy signed by everybody. So
consent.
we'll start with
but
Kevin.
this is a town board consent. He's got to first,
No, we got this one here.
no, I know, but Chris has to first accept the order, then we have to consent.
Well, we can start.
You can start signing.
And there should be another one there to sign, is there one there to sign?
It's just the one.
Okay, so everybody understands what's happening is, I guess nobody cares.
No, we understand.
I think they understand.
Yeah,
The
okay.
date's coming down on November
No,
7th.
I'm just talking about the process we're doing right now. Okay, so guys, if I can just, I can have everybody's attention for 1 second?
No.
What?
Now that you've dedicated the road as a town road,
We haven't done it, we're in the process of doing it.
the process, right, we hope you do tonight.
Well, if you stay and let us finish it, it'll be done in 30 seconds.
I wanted to add something. Therefore, the New Paltz Police Force can enforce the speed limit on that road as the
Tomorrow.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes,
Correct.
tomorrow.
That's absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out.
So I
Okay.
need your pen.
Okay, so.
So this is the signing of the declaration
Chris,
of
now you're going to move
dedication.
that counter, right? Oh, there's no point in moving the counter. There's no point. There's no point in moving the counter.
Okay, so Chris just accepted the order. Okay, so now the next step is for the town board to consent. So at a,
Didn't we just did that?
But we didn't
It's the
actually do
same thing, we voted.
okay, so we don't have to, okay,
Rosanna recorded or
Okay.
duly
okay.
Okay. We started with Kevin signing.
What?
So then Sue signs.
So
They
we're,
all have to consent, even though you voted no.
okay, so
Yes.
Eugene has to
Yes.
sign it.
Yes, even though her vote does not mean she doesn't consent.
Okay.
Just plan a piece of
No,
iron.
my signature
December,
is now.
the dedication day is Dan's birthday.
It is?
Okay, so,
No, they're taking the
Guy,
Birthday party.
everybody, if we could have 30 seconds, we have now, we now own a couple of roads.
Right. Okay, I don't know if the cost of maintaining these roads is in our highway superintendent's budget. This is the cost of new growth
Chris?
and development in our town.
She wants to make sure that in your budget that we approved, in your budget that we approved last week, you have the cost of plowing these
Maintaining.
roads.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. Marianne, I'll be in touch with you, Dorothy, Trina, sometime next week. We'll get that meeting going, and
you'll do it?
we'll keep working, okay?
Stacy,
Thank you.
you'll do it?
What? Well, we're going to try to do that.
What happened is, just so you know, also, Albert, is we did try to do it on North, and the county refused it. Oh, I know. Yeah, and then we even, $10,000 study thrown out. So we're not
assessor about the star fraud thing. I mean, I don't know.
You mean about, what's his name's accusation?
Yeah. I think first, the benefit of the press.
You're making us nervous now.
Yes.
Maybe I'll just
You're making me
forward it.
nervous.
No.
With the Shalani there.
Right.
I know, so she wants to respond.
Mike Johnson knows
Like, you're making me
that.
nervous there.
Okay, so, okay, why don't we do, if it's okay?
We just got to do the turkey trot real quick, or?
Let's say you want to approve,
Just
we
to
just
approve
approved the
the
parade
turkey
for the
trot.
turkey trot.
Yeah.
The turkey trot is, everybody knows, Family of New Paltz. We do the turkey trot every Thanksgiving. It's a 5K event on Plains Road and the return on the rail trail. We've never closed the road before. We have people monitoring the safety of the runners and automobile traffic. And so I think we went through all the appropriate approvals. Would somebody like to make a motion on behalf of the turkey trot?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion?
Please, everyone, show up to it. It's one of the largest fundraisers right now for Family of New Paltz. It's a wonderful event. It gets you hungry. So please, everyone, show up. It's a great event.
Favorite holiday.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, so we took care of that. We actually took care of the dedication. Can we just, somebody quickly approve the prepay for Jim Littlefoot? We already approved Jim going to the conference. This is just a prepay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. ZBA training, what, was there a cost associated with that?
I think it's $15.
I'll move it.
Second.
Any conversation?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried.
And we had a request from Arlene and Phoenix about changing the payment. I guess it was monthly to twice a month, but I don't see any paperwork on that.
No, wait a minute. You're talking about Phoenix's people?
Yeah. Do you have something on that?
Yes, it's here. And it's not to change it.
We
it's
weren't
to
following the
notify
contract.
us
Okay.
that within the GCP contract,
Okay.
it states that contractually, Phoenix's people will be paid bi-weekly. And so when we did the vouchers and I got them, I told Arlene they could not be prepays. And she pointed out that it was in the thing, and I asked her to put it in front of the board. So Phoenix wrote it, saying, "I'm writing to seek your permission for our 2 consultants to be paid twice per month in accordance with their contractual agreement, Section 3. I apologize for the delay in this request. It's a new process. I had forgotten this requirement until Arlene had brought it to my attention." So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried.
Gene, thank you for helping them on that.
Food for elected, we'll just do it.
Well, that's a little bit of a, okay, we'll do that, and then we'll do the charging station, then we'll get into the budget. Okay,
But we're going to do the
so
rescue
it
squad.
might be not that simple. I was hoping it would be simple. In the past, the town has always paid for the food for the
No,
elections.
that's not true.
No, I didn't, I was going to say, in the
Always
past.
is not true.
No, I was saying in the past, and then I was going to say up until, okay?
But what you said was always.
Well, in the past for a number of years. Okay, I'll rephrase it. When I was supervisor the last time and June was my bookkeeper, we had it in the budget to pay for, back in the day, we paid.
Back in the day when our real
Back in the day.
estate was tripling in value.
Well, I'm not going to age myself.
Okay, so I don't know at what point you stopped paying. I do know that last year it was not in the budget, and last year we did not do it because it wasn't in the budget. We found out about it at the last minute, that we weren't supplying food. Nobody was around for us to have a meeting to talk about it, and we just couldn't do it. It's been requested of the board to actually come up with the $500 to pay the election inspectors who were there all day working.
Where is the request?
Josh was going to come and speak during public comment, and he had a long prepared speech,
So is
and I
this a
asked to
request?
spare us.
Okay, is this a request of the Democratic Committee?
No.
Just a request of an individual?
It was, Josh was going, I'll let Josh
No,
speak.
no,
Okay,
no.
Josh,
No, we have a process for this. and-
okay. Josh was going to come during public comment, and he was going to request this. I said, I'd rather you not request it, I'd rather just put it on the agenda, because this way the board can talk about it, we could
doing it, because we used to have it done by the
deduct $500 from
budget, and why don't we just do the rescue squad first, since they are here, they've been here for a long time. We'll do Laura, and then, sorry, Bill, you're going to just have to wait, because Laura's got a great-granddaughter who's been so patient and so wonderful, and...
I think we should do Laura first.
You want to do Laura first? Is it okay with the rescue?
I mean, well, can we just let this...
Okay. Tell her that, is she going to be okay to wait a few minutes for the rescue squad, or do you...
Well, I don't know
I
rescue
think
squad.
She's okay?
Laura's going to be much faster.
Okay, is it okay if you just, since she has her granddaughter here? Okay, Laura, why don't you come on up?
Okay.
What?
We have Jason.
Come on, Laura.
We have Ira with a stick in front of him.
Okay, I don't...
We're feeling pretty good. We'll
Okay.
take our chances.
Pretty much Laura got pretty much everything she wanted, except for one little thing, so she did get everything. She and Chris are sharing a piece of equipment, which is part of the reason I sort of wanted them here together. But there were some things Laura did want to talk to us about from a perspective of the Resource Recovery Agency, some changes that they got to us after the budget was put into place that might affect the cost of getting rid of garbage, and maybe some ideas of some things you might have wanted to do up at the landfill that you wanted us to consider. So if everybody can pull out Laura's budget.
522.
Sure, here, take mine.
Okay, the budget is pretty tight. The site upgrades are for grants. We did submit for a 3-year grant that would run 2013 through 2015, specifically for the food waste composting site upgrades and for brush. That being said, we have not had any food waste come in since May because the county did lower their fees. We're kind of digging in our heels. We don't think we should get into a pricing war. Their budget's substantially more than ours at recycling. It's about $16 million a year. So, we can't really afford to start dropping prices. But with that, and with the grant, we are looking at ways to improve our public outreach because we do have the materials that we can sell. Next year, we'll take a look at the budget as it progresses next year, so we could put in for some equipment, which would also be covered by the grant. As long as we close everything by 2015, we should be okay. I think some of the other revenue issues would be we're uncertain whether we'll get grant money in next year because the rest of it is educational, and sometimes we have to sit and wait for that. It could be next year, it could be a couple of years before it comes in, but again, that's all operational anyway, so we submit for it because eventually it'll cover my salary. And any education and outreach. I met with Councilman, sorry, it's so late, Kevin Barry, and we're looking at revising the business plan. We've been very fortunate because we have the SUNY campus right here in New Paltz. And, we have had some interns. We have one who's very good now. She actually helped us submit more information along with the pre-application for the hazard mitigation grant. We were writing some summaries of the projects. But she's also been working on the Zero Waste Action Plan, so we're hoping, maybe within the next couple of months, especially since Kitty was the liaison all that time. Yeah, we'd love to have some action taken and it becomes an official document. And then with that, we extend into our marketing strategies for the reuse center. It is maintaining, in the winter, it's about $200 or $300 a month to keep it heated, and then it drops down to nothing. They've already come out twice to see if they could fill the tanks, and we don't have the heat on yet. It's been very nice. But, so it maintains, but it could do a lot better, and that will be realized with some new marketing strategies, with working with one of the advanced public relation students at the campus. She's currently working on branding our brochures and, making sure everything is very similar, She thinks we should put the reuse first, so to be the reuse and recycling center, and make sure it's across the board the same logos and everything, which is, that's not my forte. My forte is, garbage. So, give me garbage, I can handle it, but do the public outreach and, the making the web pages pretty and making sure that we're blogging and Twittering, and that'll be a work in progress for me.
There is the plan,
So,
and we do, this needs to get, I don't know, I guess November 21st.
that would be
Gonna happen.
nice,
It's
yeah.
great, it's a wonderful, that's the thing that,
It's a sustainable design guide.
right, that was the thing that I was talking to you when I was in Rochester and telling you to. Yeah, it's really, it's
Yes, yeah.
very, very,
And
very well
Susan
written.
did, I would say, raise the bar for us, because when you had Judith Eng come out, she was looking at 2023? And Susan said, no, we're going to be zero waste by 2018. So we need to hurry up, get the plan approved, and really start moving on it. And I think with everything that's being done right now, we could probably do that. And the state's already looking at removing organics from the waste stream, so we have a facility that's ready whenever more material comes in. Part of the Zero Waste Action Plan was supporting local business. There are several people who are interested in doing composting. They're local, so it would be kept very small, but we really be managing what we're doing here. So, as a community.
So I'm going to put on November 21st that we're going to get you all the Zero Action Waste Plan, so everybody can read it. It's really impressive. It's really, really, really well written, very impressive.
Am I the only person who got a copy of it?
I don't think, no, I think, didn't you email that one out?
I think
I did, I can email it again.
Yeah.
No, I have it.
But we'll get to all you when we put it on the agenda anyway.
Kitty said
but-
when she gets through, she'll give me some input and we can,
Now, the only thing is, Laura,
yeah, with the revenues?
The RRA did send us something after
They
the budget
did.
was accepted, where they were
did.
playing with their costs, and they were increasing
Yeah,
their costs.
again.
So I just don't know how that impacts the budget based on what we put into the budget and what you gave us versus where we're at now, because the RRA, despite the fact that we're, what did they pay?
It would be, they raised it $6 a ton. They raised the pull fees, it's actually only 20 cents, if I'm reading their contract the right way. They raised their pull fees by $3, but they will no longer be adding a fuel surcharge to it at 7%. So it only increased 20 cents.
So we can okay with the revenues for the moment relative to what we...
Yeah, we get about 10 pulls of recycling, so 20 cents is not going to make a big deal. The garbage, though, is about 8 to 10 pulls a month, $6 a ton. That'll be about $24 a week that'll go up. I think that the budget was kind of tight on the waste out.
And that was what...
It was at one time 70,000. I think we put in for 45?
48.
48.
So, but that $24 a week is $100 a month.
So 1,200, okay. I think we should be okay. I just wish they'd given us the information a little bit sooner. We're not doing electronics until we find a vendor that'll do it for free, and a valid vendor.
I saw your email.
We
Are
did
you
stop
collecting them?
collecting them.
Okay.
Yeah, we will, there are options. They can take them up to the Resource Recovery Agency in Kingston. They're still taking them for free. Or they can take them over the scale in New Paltz. And they still separate it out, but you have to pay a minimum load fee. We have had a vendor reach out to us, but we had dealt with that vendor before, and the service was less than adequate, and they still owed us money from 2012.
The sense I got from you, though, was that to take these big gigantic electronics is really more, it's more trouble than...
It is a lot of work.
A lot of work and more
Yeah.
trouble, so, I
Yeah.
mean, if we just said we're not going to take them anymore, it probably would be a better policy for us to do.
It would
than
be, it would be nice, but
These are like the big gigantic
these are
TVs.
huge 60-inch, 300-pound TVs. You can get 2 on a pallet, and yeah, they're a lot of work.
It's a lot of work for
Well, I
us,
mean,
as well
could we
staff.
charge, is there a way we could?
Could we
charge
possibly charge enough?
$300.
$300. I mean, a regular TV at 25 cents is about $20.
$300.
$300 each.
Oh.
That's what she wants. Okay.
Somewhere between 20 cents and $300, I think is the sweet spot.
I mean, we could make a recommendation just at another time about.
You're right, that thing probably
I would, let me take a look at some of the options.
Let me come back and make a
Right.
recommendation. Right now, it doesn't impact your budget for the moment, right?
No,
Right,
no, and the DEC seems to have changed their mindset, because at one time, it was, you have to take them, you can't charge for a permit, you have to
Right.
take them from anybody who comes in. Now they seem to be changing, since they're realizing it's another unfunded mandate, and what's occurring is that one of the best vendors actually backed out and won't do municipalities. The manufacturers are lagging 4 to 6 months behind in paying their vendors, and then once they hit that threshold where they've taken in enough electronics per a contract with the state, then they don't want them anymore, and that usually happens about September. And of course, mostly what's being turned in are the CRTs and in the TVs, about 90% of the weight. So there's no money there. It's strictly lead, and it needs to be properly disposed of. But, yeah, let's take a look at the management, and, yeah.
Does anybody have any other questions for Laura?
Okay, revenues?
She's got some other good business strategies that we talked about.
Yeah, I don't know
And I
if you
think
want...
we can mine some additional revenue
Yeah.
streams. We talked about different things to do.
So I think maybe what we could do is make a suggestion, because it's late, we have other people too, is that since we're going to put on November 21st, us adopting, hopefully, this zero waste action plan, you can come back, you'll be here, and we can talk about some of the strategies and plans that you want to be implementing,
Okay.
and that
Yeah,
you
that's
two
a
are
good
working
idea.
on, and then she can present that to
Okay.
us that night, because ultimately, we can always up our budget and accept more revenue.
Sure.
So that's always a good thing, you know.
We're going to accumulate more stuff.
More stuff.
Okay, so thank you,
All
Laura,
right,
for
so,
all the work.
yeah.
You're great.
Oh, thank you. It's been
Terrific.
nice
Thank
working
you.
with everybody,
Thank you.
Kitty. I'll
Thank you.
miss you. But hopefully you'll come around and offer to
No,
help her ideas, or...
my new coupons.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, Laura, for everything you do. You
Laura,
really-
thank
Where's
you.
your granddaughter? Tell her she's doing. Tell her she's great.
Developing a site
Okay.
plan for bicycle lane.
Future planner, yes.
Okay, so very quickly with the rescue squad, before I'll have them come up. As I told the board, I think we all have sort of heard rumblings of the rescue squad wanting to possibly ask for more money. I had reached out to them to tell them when I needed the information. I hadn't gotten it. I put into the budget what we gave them last year, that we vetted last year, pretty much. As you guys know, last night I had asked the village board to please let the rescue squad present to the village and the town board in terms of what their needs are and how they're looking to service this community. But when they were denied the ability to be on the joint agenda, we put them on for tonight. We now have it on our joint agenda, but they do want to present to us tonight in terms of where they're going, what they'd like from the community, what they'd like from us, and then we will determine how we want to, as a board, proceed relative to the village board, because that's really more of our internal working, not their problem. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to all of you.
Come on up.
I come sit?
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm Lauren Rooney, President of New Paltz Rescue Squad. Ted Reese, Vice President of New Paltz Rescue Squad. Jason Conway, Assistant Chief, and Captain Salt is hiding in the back there, so we're all accounted for. So what we came here tonight is to renegotiate the contract that we have with you. We haven't had a new contract, well, we've had a new contract, but we haven't had a new amount since 2007. We really tried to internally meet the demand for pre-hospital care with the need for paid personnel and not ask for any more, but it's come to that. And we've had some meetings outside of here talking about this. Just to give you an idea, we provide this community with 24/7 paramedic care, which is really an amazing thing for New Paltz. Our medics are paid, unfortunately. We do still have volunteers, but all of our medics are paid, except for Jeff Salt. I got you back there.
How many is that? How many are paid?
We have right now 11.
You have
11, yes.
minutes, and they're paid by their shift?
How many full-time?
We have
3? 4?
4 full-time right now, paramedics.
Do you
And 7
have a
part-time?
budget that shows all this?
I have a budget that you can all look at if you like. I have everything broken down if you want. It depends what you want to look at. I've called and asked to see what.
Gene is going to want the numbers.
And that's why I said, if you doesn't want me to copy, I can do it right now.
I called
Yeah.
Susan, I dropped you a line trying to see what you guys want to actually see. But I'll tell you what we're looking for. Because we have paramedic coverage and we do it 24/7 and it's been successful, we have found that we need 2 paramedics on. Calls are increasing every year. We have all of our stats. We're going to be close to 2,000 calls this year. It just keeps increasing for us. So we have actually put 2 paramedics on weekends this past year to see how that works. Next year, we anticipate that we need 2 paid paramedics round the clock to give New Paltz the best pre-hospital care that we can give them.
How many is that then? Your total increases to
So we
what
would-
configuration?
We would be adding 1 full-time medic, another one.
So you're talking about 5 full and 7 part-time?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason that I would prefer to have full-time rather than part-time is just consistency for us.
What's the entry-level paramedic? What's the salary?
It's probably about 18 an hour
Okay.
per hour.
Okay.
So we're looking for next year to have, just to give you an idea, a chief, our assistant chief, and then we'd have 3 full-time medics underneath them.
Okay.
If we could do it, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 part-time medics, working 27 hours a week, but that doesn't always work out. The reason we want full-time, like I said, is consistency. We have a lot of volunteers coming in, so they like to see the same face, 40 hours a week as opposed to seeing maybe 12 hours a week or 24 hours a week. So that's why I like the idea of a full-time medic.
So what other increased costs are you going to have going forward? You need more equipment or?
It's really personnel.
Personnel.
That's our big
Okay.
thing right now, is
Now-
looking for the salary of a full-time medic.
You indicated that you get 2,000 calls a year,
We're going to hit 2,000 this year.
and you have that broken out, I'm sure.
So where they go?
Yes. Okay. And can
And
you
well, actually, out of those 2,000, how many of those require the services of a medic, of advanced life
We
support?
are dispatching pretty much every single call a medic.
But how many require and bill out at AOS services? So out of that, can you get, is it paying off to have them go out?
Yes.
Roles? And
Absolutely.
well, if it paid off, well, then if it paid off, you wouldn't need any more money from us because then they would be 100% paid off from the
Well,
insurance
to just give you an
reimbursement.
idea, that we did have to use Mobile Life, who backs us up, just to give you an idea that we didn't have a medic on.
But we don't pay Mobile Life.
We pay Mobile Life.
But you get reimbursed.
No, we
Well,
have
the
to,
Mobile Life insured.
they'll come on board for us.
But they charge the patients, they attempt to charge the patient's insurance.
Mobile Life will, but we still
Right.
pay them. It's
coming in-
$365 to put them on the ambulance.
Right, I
Yeah.
get it.
Right.
Yeah. So we're missing calls because we don't have a second medic. So Mobile Life will come in and take it, and then we have to pay them.
And also, there are calls that we don't get.
I'm sorry, can you
Oh,
just?
okay.
There are calls that we don't get an ambulance out because we don't have a second crew, and Mobile Life takes that call. We miss that billing completely then. And so it's really those calls that would make up the difference of the salary. It's not so much, the number of times that Mobile Life comes in and gets on our ambulance is not really the bulk of the money that we miss because we don't have that medic available. It's actually the calls that we can't get an ambulance out.
So wait, the Mobile Life is sending a fly car with a medic, not sending a full rig?
No, they'll send an ambulance, and if we have an ambulance there, their medic will get on,
Okay.
and both ambulances will go to the hospital.
Both will roll.
If we don't have an ambulance, then their ambulance takes the call.
Okay.
So they did 168 calls for us this year.
You're trying to avoid having to call them.
That's correct.
And so what you're saying is, you're saying that the cost that you're expending to call them in will be offset and be revenue neutral, let's say, by hiring the extra full-time person? I see.
And it's also giving New Paltz a New Paltz paramedic. Most of us are from the community or live in the community. And it's also giving a response time, because when you have Mobile Life come, they're generally coming from Poughkeepsie, maybe Kingston, maybe Newburgh. Our average response time is probably 7 minutes, and that's on the high end, depending where New Paltz we're going.
So, out of the 2,000 calls,
Yes.
Jeff was alluding to the fact that there's a certain percentage of those calls where you get insurance reimbursement?
We bill for all of our patients that have insurance. We do bill. That's how we get revenue.
Right, I just...
Yeah, transported. We do a lot of RMAs, which is refused medical, which is also eating up a lot of our manpower. We do not bill for those. So if somebody calls, we come, check you out, you say, I don't want to go to the hospital, that's called a refusal of medical attention. But we've just spent 20 minutes with you.
And you can't bill that out?
No.
Why?
It's just not industry standard.
I mean, but is it insurance industry standard, or what is it, or your standard?
There's no billable event.
Yeah, it would be tough
You got
to,
a call,
yeah,
you went and responded and saw the person,
yes,
they admit they made the call, but now they say they don't need you.
yes.
Well, what billing code would you use, Kevin?
Well, wait. So
There's no
is
billing
it-
code to say,
Wait, let me go back and just say, so if you get
So insurance
there,
companies won't cover that? No.
No, because it has to be very specific purpose for the call.
refusal of medical
That's-
services in a code that exists. There's no ICD.
so if you put a Band-Aid, a butterfly Band-Aid on, and then the person says, I don't want to be transported, you can't bill for that?
We don't bill for that. I'm sure somehow you could try to bill for it. Whether you'd get anything, I
So
don't know.
does refusal of
But
medical
I-
services mean the refusal to be transported?
Yes.
Well,
But so you can,
There can
you
be a
can treat
treated, we
them-
could
you
put
can treat
somebody
them
from Woodland Pond
there.
back in their seat, perhaps. That would be, we've helped them, we've treated them,
Let's
but we're not
dig
going to
into this a
bill
little more,
them.
Kitty. So the refusal cases, do you have data on them too?
Sure.
And so are there blocks of these refusal cases in certain categories?
As to what?
So, like, for example, do you get a lot of these refusal cases at nursing homes, or do you get them at the college? Or
We
do you-
get them all over.
So there's no grouping of them in any particular categories? That's what I'm asking you. Is it just kind of random?
I'm just trying to get my head around, if somebody, say, at 2 o'clock on a Saturday morning on Platico Avenue falls down and gashes their head open, and you come and you clean them up and you butterfly Band-Aid them and you take care of whatever obvious physical problem there is, and then they say, I don't want to go to a hospital. Nothing about that service is billable?
Like I said, you can try, you could probably try to. Our insurance company, their reimbursement company encourages us not to do that. I don't think as a community, we're a community-based ambulance service. If we're coming to help you and we put a Band-Aid on your head and then send you a $200 bill, I don't think that that's what we're looking for
But you're
here.
sending us a $200 bill.
Not if, no, not for not taking
Right,
you.
but I mean, you're just telling us that it costs you.
No,
to send
I would never send, I don't think our mission is to send you a bill for us taking the time to help you. If we are transporting you and giving you medical care in the back of an ambulance, if we put a Band-Aid on you, I don't think you should be billed for it. Do you? Our community
I think
members?
actually, if somebody hurts themselves in our community
Yes.
and you're there to help them,
Yes.
and their insurance company
Will
says,
not
thank you
cover
for
an
doing it
RMA, will
there."
not, most insurance companies will not cover
Okay,
for
well,
us to do
that's
that.
the
We have to
difference then.
transport them and treat them and take them to an ambulance in order to bill them. Either
Okay, well,
basic
that's-
life support,
okay, that's the
advanced life
problem.
support, or advanced life support too.
What
Those are the
percentage
choices.
are RMA refusing medical treatment? You said you had 2,000.
Do you know what the
Just give me a-
the actual number is?
Another issue, just as an
Can you just take
aside,
the microphone because people can't,
another issue about the RMAs, just to keep in mind, very often, we get called to somebody as a call that came in from somebody else who wanted to call for that person. So, for example, on campus, somebody's lying on the sidewalk, somebody else calls, and we go, and they just happen to have been drunk and sort of lay down to rest. So now they didn't even call us. So it's not as if they're going to be responsible for a bill because they're going to RMA, they're going to refuse medical assistance. And, you know, we wouldn't have the right to bill them because they didn't call us. And that happens a lot, more often than you would think, for these scenarios, where people, they themselves didn't call, somebody called for them.
I'm just trying to identify the scenarios, because this is you're asking for us to budget money, and we're budgeting taxpayer money, and we'd like to know, we'd like to have the data so that we can, you know, make some decisions about how we create policy. So if you can give us more feedback, and that's what I'm asking you, more feedback in terms of, is it after 2 a.m. where you're getting most of these? Is it at a nursing home, or is it just all over the place?
It's all over the place. It's all over the place.
There's no specific time of day, there's no relevance to specific
You don't have,
time
but
of
you
day.
needed an extra person over the
I wish
weekend.
I could say it was Monday at 10, because then I'd put 2 crews on. But you never know when it is, and you never know if it's going to be 1 call, if it's going to be 2 calls back to back, if it's going to be 3 calls all at once. There's been
Sure.
times where it's boom, boom, boom. Is it SUNY? Is it Woodland Pond? Is it the town? Is it the village? Is it Mohawk, up by Mohawk? Is it the Thruway? We don't know.
Okay, so how do
But
you...
we have stats that are broken down to where everything goes and where we do go and how many times we
But
go.
did you say earlier that you need more coverage over the weekends?
We have
Is
put
that-
more coverage on the weekends because it does seem to be, New Paltz is busy Friday and Saturday nights.
And
This is
that's
true.
everywhere throughout the town?
Yes.
Yeah, it can be,
Okay.
it can be anywhere because there's traffic coming in, there's traffic going out, there's people leaving the bars, there's people at SUNY. Woodland Pond's usually quiet on Friday and Saturday night, but you never know.
How
They
about
have a bar.
Mohawk Preserve?
We don't cover Mohawk Preserve.
We do the Mountain House.
We do the Mountain House and the
Okay.
Gatehouse.
I mean,
Out to the
If they
gatehouse.
have a busy week,
And
if
we'll
they
do
have
Mohawk Mountain House.
a major event, it can be busier.
So how many calls in the village, how many calls in the town outside the village?
Up until September 2013, I can break them down for you.
Okay.
The college, we've gone to 44 times. That can't be right. Is that right?
That's just for
Yeah.
September.
Oh, that's just September.
This is
You have
just
year-to-date.
September, or
Where's
is
your
this
year-to-date?
year-to-date?
Sorry.
Year-to-date is
Not on this one. You have the full one.
Is this through September or September 1st, guys?
through September.
Through September?
Yeah, that's just the month of September.
Why don't we do the month of September to start?
Yeah, that's fine.
For now, we'll
Yeah,
get the information
yeah, she
later.
didn't, it's not attached on here. Well, it was broken down, calls to the town of New Paltz is 724. Calls to the village of New Paltz was 314. Woodland Pond was 181, and SUNY was 234.
So how could they be 314?
Well, because you have to add
Well, we broke it
314,
out.
81, 234. So you have to add 314, 200.
We broke out
3, 4,
SUNY
5,
and
6,
Woodland
7.
Pond.
So it's pretty much
So
equal.
it's-
when you-
It's- It is, it's the same.
It's equal
So
when
it's
you-
3
Right.
separate categories of
For the
village?
village.
Okay,
But if you add those 3 categories together, it's pretty 50-50 between the
Right.
village and the town.
okay.
There are
Right.
756, so it's 52% of the calls.
We'll put it here.
Just so an idea for a month, we go to the college 44 times. We went to Mohawk 8, Mountain View 21, Town 68, Village 50, and Woodland Pond 26. So we did 223 calls in the month of September. Just to give you an idea of, there's no specific place that we're
So at Mountain View in
Headed.
September, you went,
21 times.
and they're full, they have 83 beds? Something like
Yeah,
that,
I
70?
think that's about,
Mountain View?
yeah, it's about
73
80,
beds?
probably
I think,
80 beds.
I think it's something like 80 some beds. So they're not at full occupancy yet at Woodland Ponds. So Kevin kind of do the math backwards.
There's
There you
two
go.
things I want to ask about.
It's going to be more.
Recently, I was told, and I don't know if I'm even getting this correctly, but I was told that if a kid hurts himself at the college, even if it's like, almost like just a cut or something, that the SUNY police are basically told they have to call the rescue squad for everything, that the SUNY campus will not take care of a student gets hurt, and it automatically gets a call to you and you have to go to the campus. Is that a true statement?
It's not that. They do dispatch us for everything, because you never know. A kid may call on the phone and say, I cut my finger. SUNY PD is not going to decide what that is. It could be they cut their finger off, or it could be a paper cut. But who wants to take that chance these days when everybody sues that, well, I didn't send an ambulance to your child because I thought it was just a cut when their finger was off. So we go to
What does the medical
campus.
center provide?
They are only open Monday through Friday.
Okay.
I think 8 to 4.
8 to 4.
Okay.
Why would they have to be open anymore when they have the rescue squad?
It wouldn't matter anyway.
But, so do you respond to calls from Monday through Friday, 8 to 4? Or are the kids just told to go to the medical center on campus?
It depends what it is.
There's really no designation there.
Yeah.
Kids from there sometimes.
Okay.
And
but
nobody
so their
wants to
first
take the
stop is they
chance.
go to the medical center, and then the medical center says you need to go
Not
to the
all the time.
hospital.
Have you gotten any voluntary payments from the college for what you've done for them?
We do get fuel.
Fuel? All right. What's the value per year, approximately?
It's about $8,000, I think,
About
right?
$8,000.
It's
That
about
includes fire
$8,000.
department.
Yeah.
What's the average cost of a call?
That includes the fire department.
Okay.
8,000. It's not just.
Well, we bill for a basic call $500. That doesn't mean we're going to get $500.
That's what you bill.
That's what is billed for a basic BLS call.
What's your average return on your billing? What's the average that you get, that you capture on the 500 billed?
I don't know, to be honest with you, how it breaks all out. It depends.
Right, but on average.
Medicaid, Medicare,
I mean, Medicaid is different than Medicare.
But if you took all of your calls,
Is different from.
I don't know. I don't have that data.
well, wouldn't it be
What is your
your...
insurance revenue?
Well, Medicaid is the bellwether bottom, so if you took Medicaid and said 60%, we'd probably be pretty close. 50, 60% would probably put us, Kevin, 50, 60% would put you in the ballpark, because that's Medicaid. Medicare's up around that 70%, 80% probably.
Somewhere
Depending
between
on
60 and 70% of the billable amount?
Medicaid's at the very bottom of that, so.
Medicaid's very low.
And then they have ones that don't get covered at all, and then you have no fault, which can be very difficult, right? You're
And you have your people who have no insurance, who are self-pays, who get billed, but we may not see a penny from.
And then your MBA, your MBAs may pay,
That's all no fault.
yes, and that, no fault of
So,
payroll.
So we could talk about
masters?
EMS all night probably and all of these stats, and there's lots of questions, and the two of you came in, I think we spoke for almost 2 hours and went over a lot of this stuff, and I'm happy to go into it with you, but really what we're saying is that we haven't asked for anything for 6 years, and it's time for a little bit of an increase in what we're asking for from the town to continue to provide this care. Communities around you don't have this great agency. I know some of you really appreciate that and have told us, Gardner, they have a contract now with Mobile Life that they come in from far, far away. People wait half an hour for an ambulance. Highland has a contract with Mobile Life. It costs a lot of money, and they have one designated ambulance that sits there. That's it. You guys have 3 ambulances, 24/7 paramedic coverage for $145,000. And we can talk about numbers, we can talk about how many calls, where we're doing calls. It's time for an increase, and that's what we're asking for.
You know what?
And if somebody would
I
like to
don't
come
need
and
to talk
we can
about
talk.
numbers all night,
Okay.
but I think I missed the part where, because I do understand the fact that you haven't had an increase
Yep.
in 6 years.
Yep.
But either you didn't mention exactly how much money you need, or I missed it. So you're laughing, so you withheld how
I didn't
much?
withhold.
You didn't tell me yet.
No, I thought maybe you guys would just be like, okay, let's move on.
I am ready to move on, okay?
Yes, yes.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so we did our preliminary budget. Our budget's also on the same calendar year that yours is. We put in, obviously, 24/7 2 paramedic coverages, because that's what we feel we need to do the best for this town and village. And and we came in $50,000 over.
And what is that number?
And that is about the salary of a full-time paramedic.
But what is your budget?
We have 145, and she's saying that they came in 50,000 over, which is 195.
Our total operating budget is $920,000.
Okay.
Oh, and you only want 195 from the town?
We want whatever you'd be happy to give us.
Oh, okay, I understand.
We'll take 195. We are asking for an increase, whatever you think is fair. I mean, obviously, if we had been asking for a 5% increase every year, you'd be looking at a, backload of 30%, which is,
Okay. Nobody- but nobody's-
$43,000.
Right,
So-
but nobody's been getting a 5% increase every year.
No.
So,
But you start out at
Okay.
5,000.
So anyway, for the moment, what you would like is 50,000.
Yes.
Anything more, anything less, you'll take, but the request is 50,000 more. So we don't have to belabor this for much, much longer, but one of the things I just want to, one of the reasons why your calls have gone up is because you're doing about 34 calls a month to Woodland Pond? Or, what?
Okay, you know what? Though I would say
It's about 25 to 30.
the Woodland Pond and the SUNY New Paltz thing is we could belabor that with the village as opposed to belaboring
No,
it with
I'm
the
not, I'm not,
rescue
I'm not
squad.
belaboring it with her by any means whatsoever. I'm asking a question, and then I'll decide who we're going to belabor it with later.
Oh,
Okay? I just need to get the facts on the table, and then I know how to belabor it, okay? Because I had a conversation yesterday up in Albany on the issue of the state SUNY system paying towards the rescue squad, and I have something interesting to report on that. But I just want, for the purposes of us as a board, to know how we're going to proceed to figure out if we're coming up as a town with 50,000, we're not making a decision tonight, okay? I just want you to know that.
right, we all need copies
Okay,
of those.
so what I just want to ask
Want
is,
copies up because we have a lot of
Your
information.
budget and the data of the calls and where your revenue is coming from, and, I mean, I need a worksheet to look at, so.
So I guess the budget, revenue, expense and an expense
that's all.
budget, or an expense budget and a revenue budget would be really cool.
Well, that's all on our
And then a cost statistic
Right.
sheet.
Okay.
That's what we get from the fire department, so.
I mean, we could go make copies
And then
now if you
like a
want.
personnel, well, we don't need it, but then like a personnel sheet too, like, what do you have for, is it broken down by how many you have of each?
Jeff, can I ask a favor? Would you be able to at some point meet with Lauren, go through the stuff, see exactly what you want, and put a packet together for the board and come back with it?
Yeah, and I'd like to pay for our portion out of the B fund.
Right now, we're not making any decision on the 50,000 tonight for the moment,
Tell you where I
okay?
stand.
You already found the money.
Okay.
Okay, for the moment, we're not making, so I'd like to, if Kitty can just follow, on Woodland Pond, I just want, I know when we negotiated the pilot, somebody negotiated the pilot, it was the pilot was based on 4 calls a year to Woodland Pond?
4 calls a month.
4 calls a month to Woodland Pond, and now you're averaging about 20 calls a month, 20, 24, 25 calls a month. So I just want, as we try to figure out why they have a need for more money, as we as a board decide where we're going to go with it, let's understand, you've got the Woodland Pond component, you've got the SUNY component. We'll talk about that later, that's not their problem.
I understand.
Okay,
Well, but I mean, I think there's some interesting math there, though, that we
Yes.
do need to be aware of. So with another full-time medic, so you had 168 calls via Mobile Life, and you paid $365 for each one of those, so that gives you 60,000 there. So that should actually be 60,000 back in. So that would cover the cost of the 50,000 an increase. But I know, that's why we need to know all the expenses. The other thing is calls to Woodland Ponds are kind of a double-edged sword. Everyone out there has good insurance, or they wouldn't be there. So potentially, you could see some greater revenue from those calls. The loss is, and you would have to answer this, but the loss is in all those calls that they make where there is no revenue generated. And that's the true expense of it, and that's the risk. Hence why Mobile Life, I believe, top of anyone's head, over $500,000 now in Lloyd, I think. It's over $500,000 a year.
For one ambulance.
For one ambulance. Over $500,000 a year they're paying. And that's 24/7, I think? Yeah. So, I mean, there is a risk and reward to it. So I think that's the stat that I would like to definitely say. I think Kevin would like to say, we'd like to see where we're getting our revenue and where it's costing us. Because somewhere this ambulance is costing us more
Well,
than...
it's costing us person power. I mean, that's the part we hadn't planned on when we got the estimate of how many calls a month there would be. You figure 4 calls a month is not going to take a huge chunk out of your schedules. But 20 to 25 means that if there are on a call in one place, they can't be on a call in another place.
And just what we need to consider too, and this is a future conversation, but will interest them, is
there is someone interested in putting in over, or somewhere around 100-bed skilled nursing facility in this community. And I think now, this is why we really need to understand these numbers, because that is going to be a very serious number.
And 735 beds in a dormitory.
Yeah, that's.
There's a lot of things, so these
Yeah.
numbers are actually really critical, and it's going to affect the level of service. And the sad part is, it affects the level of service, is what they were started here back in the 70s.
1973.
There you go, back in the 70s, to just come and help the residents.
Okay.
And now it's turning into...
Okay, so we know what they're asking for. I think we as a board will have to decide how we want to handle this. For the moment, they're on the agenda for November 6th to come and also talk to the town and village together. Again, what Lauren is asking, and I understand that from the rescue squad's perspective, how the town and the town and village should choose to fund the rescue squad is not their issue, it's our issue, and they don't want to be put in the middle of the issue. What I want them to do, though, is to explain to both the village and the town board the need for why they need more money on behalf of the rescue squad, because we are one community when it's all said and done, and then together the village and town board can make decisions on how we want to fund it, but they just very clearly don't want to be caught in...
Can they also be prepared to tell us what the history was of the relationship since '73 between the town and the village?
Well, actually...
In '73?
I was 4.
No, but I can. Actually, the town always paid for the town always paid for the rescue squad. When I happened to have the good fortune of being here back in 1996, because of the cost of the police and, a lot of the issues with the town and the village, Tom Nyquist and I worked together, he was the mayor at the time, we found that there was a law that said that indeed where you cannot have the village pay for the police if the town has a police department. However, with the rescue squad, you can enter into a contract with the village for them to pay for their calls, and the town outside the village could pay for our calls. The mayor at the time, Tom Nyquist, and myself negotiated a contract where they would pay for half, we would pay for half. The village board at that time agreed to that contractual obligation. We then, at that point, took the rescue squad budget of our half we were paying, put it into the B fund, and the village paid for their half. I went away. At some point in time, some supervisor of the town, and I'm not sure which one, took the B fund portion, put it back into the A fund while the village was still paying their portion. When the village realized that the town was basically, in a sense, now double dipping, okay, because they put it into the A fund in a sense, the mayor at the time, I think it was Terry Duncan, decided not to, the village board chose not to put it into their fund anymore, and it became the town's liability again, and that's where we've been since, right?
Okay.
That would be correct. Now, I have a question. So I'm assuming you're already accounted for this, but for the January budget, you've accounted for the $10,000 that you're getting from Woodland Pond in the pilot?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and you still need 50? Okay. All right.
Or maybe they only need 40.
We'd like 50.
Oh.
Let's keep...
And actually, Gene,
Nice, double check it.
but Gene, the sad part is that if you go and read the pilot, it was actually to buy a new rig, and that won't even come close
That's
to buying
true.
a new rig.
That's true.
It's
I do remember that.
2015, we get $150,000 to a
Right.
new ambulance,
And
which
what's-
is now probably 200.
Right, but I still think that $195,000 for a $500,000 a year service is like worth it. So I don't know why we're chattering, but okay.
Like how you think.
Okay, so, does anybody here have any other questions or any other thing? Okay, so, so the interim, you guys will go, you'll meet, you'll get the packets together that you want, and we as a board will decide how we want to move forward with the village, and we want to thank you very much for coming and joining us tonight and sitting here for a long time.
Because we're going to get you more money than the pilot. Oh, no,
Okay,
coming in? Yeah, next nurse.
okay. Before,
Can you, when you put the packet together, can you share that with the village board prior?
Oh, absolutely.
well, we'll decide how we're going to decide how we're going to handle the meeting with the village, so don't worry. That's our problem, not yours. Okay? Okay? So thanks. Okay, thanks very much. Okay. I will make a quick to the question that you were asking, and the rescue squad, you might want to just listen to this, it might be of interest. Yesterday, when I was up in Albany, I was there for the purposes of New York Rising, but I did have a meeting with the governor's budget officer with some of my property tax group people, and I did, as we got done talking about some other things, I brought up the cost to the local community, not having the college and the not-for-profits paying for emergency services, and said that at least, they should be paying for emergency services. What I was told was actually the secretary to the governor actually agrees with my point of view completely, and he asked if I had spoken with the governor's secretary, and this is like one of the three in the inner circle, and I said, well, I haven't spoken to him directly, but I'd be more than happy to, and he said, well, I'm going to talk to him on your behalf. I said that I've talked with the college president about this. The college president's not adverse to doing this. What he's adverse to, he doesn't want to be the first and only college that does it, okay, which I explained to the budget director for the governor, of which he said, no, it would be done on a statewide level, and there seemed to be some openness to the ability of getting all of the campuses across the state to actually pay for emergency services, which take the pressure off of these conversations. And what they said was that there's somewhat of a belief that the college campuses need to be a part of the community, and they need to pay at least a portion of their fair share for the services that they're using. So the conversation is happening up in Albany. It's happening on the highest level with the governor, and I left him 3 cards, one for himself, one for his secretary, and whatever, and said I'm going to follow up. So this conversation is happening on the highest level, and we're going to push it as far as we can. So maybe we can get you 150,000.
But
Okay?
Susan,
Yeah.
because if you just take their budget, 920,000, they're doing 2,000 calls, so you're looking at $450. I don't know, 450, and what do you do to SUNY alone?
Yeah, they said
SUNY
just
should
1
be
month alone.
SUNY should be cutting a check to the New Paltz Rescue Squad for $105,000, right there. They should be cutting them a check for $105,000. And
Well, what we'll do-
and emergency.
Yeah. Well, when you get all the, when you get your numbers,
Yeah, Woodland Ponds would be about the same.
Yeah.
Times 12. Yeah, Woodland Ponds should be cutting them
well,
a check for
when you get your
$100,000.
numbers, what we'll do is when we get the numbers, then we'll try to schedule a meeting up at the governor's office with the key people to sort of talk
that's
about
still-
this. And
that's still a deal.
Yeah.
That's still cheap.
Yeah. I mean, I also brought up yesterday with the governor's budget officer, again, the dynamic of the campus police and how they have a bigger budget, and that their police officers get paid more than our sergeants, and the dynamic of that, and stuff. So these are real, this is, everybody's got to be a part of paying for the emergency services. So, okay, great, thanks. Okay, Bill?
Okay, good. Thank you, Jeff.
What's next?
Bill Russell.
William?
He's been sitting here for a long time.
Go swimming.
Go.
A great successful year at the pool again. Another good year.
Should we ask
Another good
Chris how
year.
the pump's doing?
Oh, yeah, really.
Okay.
It's not working?
It will be working.
Okay, so you want to come see us and talk to us? We gave you everything you wanted, if I remember, if I'm pretty correct, except for maybe one little small thing. But so I don't,
But he wants more.
No.
No, I gave him what he wanted, except for,
Well, last year I didn't come, and when I make the operating budget, I don't put some of the so-called extras. Middle of last August, one of our slides had to be taken out of service. And I did put it in my operating budget. I did not put it in the budget, but I kind of added it to page 2. Similar to this year, I had a list of items. I went over several with Chris. Included everything from additional concrete walkways, which are long overdue, that were never done when the original project was completed. It was never completed in 2000, 2001. So I didn't come to the budget meeting last year and point out that the full slide to replace the slide taken out of service was not in my operating budget. I know I talked to some people the previous summer, and of course it was never funded. And we're talking about the old pool slide, you're talking, a couple $1,000s. The slides now that they want you to get, when they want you to get that are available for commercial use, they're up there between $11,500 and $13,500. All right. We did get a little bit of money, a donation from the Minnewaska Distance Swimmers Association, $500, which was deposited in the regular account that I deposited all the other money. That was supposed to go to the slide. They had asked me, do you have any need for anything? Of course we do. I'm looking to get a slide, so that's a small amount, $500 if you're going to spend up to $13,000, but it's something. Just want to make that clear that
You meant 13,000, not 1,300.
$13,000.
That's a lot of money, Bill.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh, see, look,
But
Judy's on the
this is
same
a
page.
capital improvement, right?
Yes, so we do split it.
Well, if I'm sorry to interrupt for a quick second, but if I remember when we created the committee structure with the village to discuss all the things to do with the pool, if I remember correctly, the pool slide was an issue because it was capital, and it was part of the conversation that you guys had last year, and I don't know...
It was denied.
By the village.
Yes.
So we had
So it wasn't that it wasn't addressed, and it wasn't that it wasn't in your budget, and it wasn't that...
We won't talk to them about it again.
Exactly, but I just want to make it very
I
clear
didn't come
that...
and, lobby for it, so...
No, we lobbied for it, and we were denied.
All right. Well, I can just so you know, we do have two pool slides, one on either end of the deep end and the diving board in the middle. So we have the diving board, and we have the other pool slide, which is the same age as the slide we took out of service summer before last. That's summer of 2012. I was keeping my fingers crossed that we weren't going to be down both slides. We did get through this year. That slide is still operational. It may get another year, 2 or 3. You don't know.
I'm in favor of a new slide, to be honest with you.
Are you going to need, eventually, are you going to need $26,000 in slides?
Well, look, if we were
Just tell me the truth, Bill.
Eventually, yeah. If we were to replace this slide and the other slide had to be taken out of service next year, hey, we got one slide. Maybe I would come back next year and, sure.
But and I'm not saying that I'm for or against the slide. I just want to say in some ways the slide is a luxury to the pool, and so if we didn't have slides, it's not like it's important to the operation of the pool.
But it's more than, it's not a luxury for kids.
But
Kids don't look at a slide as a luxury item.
No, I understand that, but because it's a capital improvement, and we take capital improvements out of our rec fund, okay? And because we have other needs for that rec money, at a certain point, there's got to be priorities. We do take a lot of capital money from the rec fund, and we consistently support
Right.
Moriel Pool.
So what I want to add to that, because this is something that I've been floating for my entire life, and
And I agree with you, yes, we should do it.
Bill cringes when I say this, because this has worked so far, but I really believe it is time to give the pool back to the village, and I'm sorry, because we have a wonderful working relationship with you. However, the town has really grown its recreational programs, and every time we dip into our rec fund to fund Moriello Pool, which is just an ongoing expense, which was fine in 1994, which seems to have been the year of the great giveaway by the village. I mean, I think that's when the library, Moriello, I don't know when the police became part of the town budget, rescue squad, all of those things came into our budget. And in 1994, they weren't as significant as they are now. But we now have the sports park, we have a dog park coming. We just have a much bigger community that we need to serve, and those are town parks that are available to our entire town and village community, but we have all of the operational expense of those, buying the mowers and having our building and grounds department go out there. And we have now operated Moriello Pool for, I believe, 30 years. The town alone, and I am very happy to put an amount of money into the budget to help defray the village's costs for operating Moriello Park and Pool, but it's owned by the village, it's owned by the town. We've operated it in good faith and kept it in good shape for 30 years, and now I think it's time to give it back to the village and let us concentrate our energy on the other needs of our entire town and village.
Now, just to clarify, because I did work out of the village for many
Can you
years early on, and when the village ran it, the town and village split the cost down the middle. So it wasn't the village ran it and paid for the operating costs like the town does now. When the village ran it, they paid 50% of the costs, and the town put in 50% of the cost of the operation.
So somehow, I don't know, whoever negotiates on behalf of the town always ends up being a lousy.
Well,
we take it,
there's been a lot of incompetence over the years.
Actually, recreation, and I feel that the pool is a part of recreation, and I feel that recreation is a town-wide function, and I really wouldn't have a problem funding these repairs, and then us fighting to, not approving it upfront, but negotiating with the village to get the capital money, to get the improvements that you need, because I think it's an investment.
And I don't want to dwell on the history, but when the village dumped it on the town, and I came over grudgingly because I thought it was a good system, and I had good relationships with the village public works department, et cetera, and they knew the system. It was a 3 or 4 year learning curve for buildings and grounds crew here to learn the system.
That's right.
And it was, we had a lot of problems, and now we're looking at, talking about maybe putting it back, and it's going to be that all over again. But
Right, well, it will be a learning curve, but to Jean's point, the village has many recreational facilities that it operates, and under, I think, your logic, then the town would also contribute to Sojourner Truth Park and the boat launch and Housebrook Park. I mean, we are separate municipalities with separate recreational budgets, and I just think it's a much cleaner line to have the village manage the parks that are in the village and have the town manage the parks that are outside of the village.
well, again, I don't know if that's the discussion for another day.
Well, I was
don't know
about
if
to say-
the village ready to do this?
Well, it's only a discussion in terms of how much we're going to put in the budget.
Okay, but for the moment, in terms of Bill in front of us, talking to us right now, so the only thing, and the only reason why I brought up, because right now, everything Bill pretty much asked for is in the budget. What Bill is talking to us now about is additional things that were not put into the budget because they're capital. And all I'm just saying is, from a town perspective, I'm just saying we have to look at how much money we have in our Parkland Reserve Fund. We have to take the need for the pool. We have to look at the other things that are being requested us for these other parks. And then we as a board will decide what we want to fund, and then we can go negotiate with the village if it is for the pool, for the slides. That's all I was trying to say.
Right.
Because I just want to, go ahead.
Let me just ask, did everybody, I mean, I'm looking at this, I put this in everybody's
Yeah,
mailbox.
everybody got it.
Make sure everyone got it. Thank you for making more
Yes.
copies.
So I'm looking, if anybody needs an extra copy, I have extra
No,
copies.
everybody got it when they got their A fund budget.
Top of page 2, which says other budget items.
Right.
Which those, and some are blank because either not needed or parking lot improvements, I don't have a number for that.
So, but again, all of these other budget items, which I think are all capital
I have the
improvements,
same questions you have.
all these capital improvements, we don't put this into this budget anyway, and we don't tax for this. This is money that we take out of the Parkland Reserve Fund that's not reflected in here.
I'm opposed to taking any more money out of the Parkland Reserve Fund.
Well,
Let's make that clear.
Well, no, well, I'm not against taking money.
This is not a capital improvement, and this is a capital improvement in terms of working with the village, but under the Parkland recreation fees, this is maintenance, this is a replacement. This is not eligible for Parkland money.
Well, some of it might be, some of it might not, I don't know. I'm not looking, I haven't looked at it.
Well,
Maybe it's not.
and
Okay,
this is a repair and a
Okay.
replacement.
okay. Well, for the moment, it's not in the budget, because Bill did not put it in the budget. So I'm not quite sure what your...
Did not put...
You
I think he came to remind you.
Yes, when I made it, when I submitted the budget, much like at the end of 2012 for the 2013 budget, when I submitted it, and I put a note on the actual budget sheets that, page 2 items are not included in my operating budget, so I can find a copy. Other items, page 2 of attached, not included and above for this year 2014 budget, just to make you aware of that. We get added to my normal operating budget, but then you're going to, hey, how come your operating budget requests are going up $20,000? That's why I'm trying to break it out. How we fund it, if we decide to fund any, all of it, whether it goes into A fund, B fund, whether it's part of my operating budget, .43, .23, whatever it is, or do you put it in a separate line? I don't know how you guys do that.
Going back to the subcommittee, were you guys going to, I thought you were possibly going to be coming up with a procedure of how, in the future, when there were these kind of maintenance things, how we could do it in a more streamlined approach so we wouldn't be
That
fighting?
requires an agreement. You forgot about that.
Installed at the agreement stage.
We asked for 4 or 5 items, we got, I think, 1 or 2.
Okay,
And we do need to get someone to replace Stu, who has left, and...
It was great.
Tom Rocco would probably be a great
Tom would be
replacement.
good.
And hopefully Tom will be willing to step up and work very honestly.
Okay, so, I mean, for the moment,
And by the way, the 2 people on the committee took our collective ideas back to the board, and the board only approved 1 or 2 of them.
but the limits...
Why I think that if this is in our budget, I think once this is one of our budget items, then there isn't much incentive for the village to really come to that negotiation. So my feeling is I would like to contribute some dollar amount to the operational costs of Moriello Pool and turn over its management and the capital repairs. And, I mean, I would imagine, well, I don't know what the village charges for its recreation fees now, but I just don't think that parkland in the village that's jointly owned by the town and village should be the sole operational responsibility of the town any longer.
And I think I just worry, Gene, by the way, you're tapping on the mic, Gene.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I knew I heard something. I just worry about the slope it puts you on is then, do we sit here and then say, we're not going to fund our youth program? Are we not going to fund the New Paltz Youth Center, which I know is a different conversation, but like, are we not going to then fund the baseball? Because, yeah, no, but I'm with you.
The difference for me is that we own the community center, it's a town property. The teen scene is something that no other town that I know of puts as much money into a youth program as we do. And those are, operations that belong in the A fund. But this is recreation, and there is a recreation budget and operation that the village is capable of doing, because they already
Kitty
do
makes
it.
a good point there, and her point is that A fund items are items where there is no overlap. B fund items are items where there is an overlap.
Or completely independent.
Right. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you. It's just, when you turn over something like this, because it's like a scorched earth strategy of some kind, you do go through a transition where things might not go very well. And I firmly believe that for the money the pool costs on a net basis, which is $55,000 net of revenue, that it's a pretty inexpensive form of recreation in our town.
No argument with
Yeah.
that. I have no argument with that. My
Let me just
only
ask you
argument.
this, if the village were to do this, could they in turn charge town residents more money to use the pool?
They could, but they would risk the loss of revenue if people decide it's too
And they actually-
expensive.
And they actually did threaten
It's
that.
okay, they'll just charge more.
And they did, and they did say they would do that.
But we
so-
don't do
yeah.
that.
But
We don't do that.
But they will.
But why?
Well, but if we, then we put money into our budget to subsidize town residents.
So
I mean,
anyway, I'm going to just take control back over for a minute. If
Control?
that's
What are
okay.
you talking about, control?
I am going to bring us back to, while I appreciate, yes, I know, I keep looking, I appreciate the conversation, it's a conversation the board has to have. But for the moment, again, just like with the rescue squad, that conversation about the village and the town is our conversation, the village doesn't have to, the rescue squad doesn't have to be at the table. Bill. This conversation with Bill is not Bill's decision. Bill will just choose if we decide to give it over, if he would want to choose to work for the village. That's his choice, okay? Right now, all we're dealing with for the moment is, Bill gave us a budget. We have a budget in his budget incorporated into our budget. He's here tonight to talk to us about his budget questions. How we decide to fund the pool is independent of the conversation with Bill. So right now,
I guess, and just to
So I wanna
interrupt
just
for
bring
one
you back-
second, though,
yeah.
because everything's in here. The only thing really Bill didn't include, if I have it correct, is the slide.
Well,
I think, well, everything is this,
on other budget
I
items.
got you.
other than this.
Can I ask you a question about this
Right.
before I forget?
Right.
It says cannot replace with similar or like model because they are no longer made for public commercial use?
Correct.
So what are we going to use?
Well, I unfortunately don't have any pictures of the old slides, but basically, the old commercial designated slides, they don't, no longer manufacture them. We were able to place just the runners, which is the sliding part, made of, plastic, et cetera. They crack eventually. We replaced those over the years. For $1,000, you get a new runner, you put it on, you don't have to reinstall anything. The stainless steel has been there for 15, 20 years. They don't manufacture the slide any longer. They don't manufacture for commercial use anything similar to that type of slide. Everything's moved up to these more, it's not a water park slide, but if you can envision that. With 180 and 360 turns. Again, there's nothing available. I mean, if you look at the slide that's up there now, it doesn't look very different than the slide you'll see at somebody's pool in their backyard. It's just rated for the commercial, it's a little more sturdy. They don't make those any longer.
So I'm just saying, Bill, but what you're asking for is a slide, is there any, what is the other expense? And just give me a
Other
number.
expense, if you're looking at the pool slide, concrete walkway.
And that's going to cost how much? Just give me a
You're talking
dollar.
about $5,000.
Okay, what else do we got to, and that's also
You're going
capital.
down here, black.
Well, can I just interrupt for one quick second?
No, but I'm going to see if we got to
No, I know,
I think these are all just
No, I
things that we're going to take out of recreation funds.
No, I understand what you're,
So we're not going to change the budget.
well, no, Kitty's saying that she doesn't want to take it out of recreation funds.
I mean,
So
they
that's-
have to come out of our budget.
And I don't think we're going to make a decision tonight again. I just want to ask Jeff, I'm only interrupting for a quick second. Concrete walkway, is that for the cost of the material?
When you come, yes.
That's, I just want,
That's something that Chris
is going to do, but this is the
Right.
cost of material. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
$5,000 for a walkway.
$500 for an additional blacktop walkway to connect the walkway that Chris put in 2 years ago
Yep.
to another part of the parking lot.
Got it.
It's very muddy down there.
What else?
And really, I have $1,100 in here for an autofill line, and that's really seriously a guesstimate. We had an autofill line when the pool was built. It was set up so when the water level got low, the water turns on automatically. When we made some changes, we put the building up, all the wiring is ripped out. Nobody knew how to reconnect this. It's been 5 or 6 years. So we're using basically a garden hose, which means we're either usually overfilling the pool, wasting water, or there's not enough water in the pool, which may not be good for the pump.
And then $13,000 for a slide.
So you're talking up to $13,000.
So you want us
for a
to add,
slide.
you want us to add 19.6 to the budget?
No.
You're looking 13 plus slides is 18.
But he's not asking for it in his budget.
I know, but he's here tonight telling us he would like
I
us
just
to
got
add to his
said-
budget.
These would
That's why
be-
he's here tonight.
Well, he is asking for it in the budget, that's why he's here. And I'm
That's right.
saying, I want to take it all out of recreation funds.
right.
So
I mean-
yes, I mean, so I'm, and I hear
Okay.
what Kitty's saying.
Similar
too.
to the improvements that were made to the parking lot, was a year ago, 2 years ago.
Right.
I know we got some of the money.
Yeah.
The village there was $30,000 in an agreement to work, between Chris and Blue and the
Okay.
town and the village. The blacktop pathway, you're talking $500. Concrete walkway, you're talking materials. Does that have to be done? It hasn't been done in 13 years, but it's also, it's something that it needs to be done. Could we wait another year? Sure. But there's going to be, I'm sure, other things that come up. So when are we going to bite the bullet?
Okay, so for the moment, this is what he wants. We're not going to make a decision tonight because first of all, we'll have to decide how we want to handle it with the village. Second of all, we don't know what's going to happen with the library road. Third of all, we don't know what we're going to do with the rescue squad. So at a certain point, after we go through all of this stuff, then this board will have to take a look at what's being asked of us over and above what was asked, what I was given to do the budget, and then we'll make a decision how we want to proceed.
I agree.
Agree.
Okay,
Now, but
so-
Bill, can I ask one
Sure, go
thing?
ahead.
Absolutely.
So if you went up $15 on the family membership, that would give you another $5,000, so we can cover the walkway.
Well, it's assuming that you get the same number of memberships, which you may and you may not. I can tell you that one of the reasons, well, we opened the pool a little bit later this year, but we did raise the rates on non-resident daily admission, and, to 6 and 10, and did we lose some revenue as a result of that they may have gone to the county pool? I think we may have.
What were the membership rates last year?
Last year, a family was $165, non-resident family was $290.
Okay. What was single?
Single, same as what's here.
75 and 125?
And seniors, the same also.
That was 50. And then daily last year?
Daily, this is what's, we increased daily last year,
Okay.
so I didn't put any increases for this.
So those are all the same? Okay.
Do we pay for water?
Yes.
We do.
We get discounted 80% of the sewer, but we pay 100% of the water.
We pay 150% of the water.
Say again?
I mean, that's the
Right about
question.
that, Kevin?
We pay 150.
No, it's a village meter.
It's in,
It's
is
a
it?
village meter. It's in the village.
You sure we're not billed 150% of the village meter?
Yeah, it's a village meter, so we're paid the village
Well,
rate.
should check.
Do
We
they
should
put a meter-
check.
When you fill it from the fire hydrant, they meter that?
Yeah, we don't fill it from a fire hydrant. We haven't done that in 25 years.
Can we go back to doing that?
We could do whatever you want.
I think if we probably just dug a hole underneath the pool, there's probably a spring, and it could just...
There actually is.
It could be
There's a lot
probably
of
just
water under
naturally
that pool,
set, right?
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, when the pool is drained, and Chris is still back there, it fills this high in the deep end. I mean, it's...
Yeah, so let's just keep doing that.
Nice,
so-
fresh
I'm
spring.
sorry.
Everything else is good, Bill.
That's why I'm here. I didn't know if you had any questions about the regular budget I submitted.
we're good with the
I'm more or
regular.
less here. Look, there's that page 2 that I don't know if it got forgotten last year. I know I didn't come and talk about it, but so
No,
that's...
it wasn't a matter of it wasn't that it got forgotten, it was put into a subcommittee, and it was dealt with for the subcommittee. The town took responsibility to say that we would step up to the plate and fund it. The village said no,
And I'm not
and
here
so...
for a new slide that never existed. I'm looking to replace the
No,
old...
no, I understand that. I just want you to know it wasn't forgotten.
Bill, I think it was it was a good idea that you came tonight and lobbied for the pool.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Bill, very much. Okay, what I'd like to do is take a 30-second break before we ask the chief to come up to do the...
Anybody have
The
coffee?
meeting is being adjourned at 11.
Well, I just would like to take a 30-second break.
Let's hurry.
I don't think.
Bill, have you even been home yet?
I mean, are we not going to leave at 11? Okay.
That's up to you guys. I'll stay later, but if you want
We're
to...
ending the meeting at 11, so.
Well, give me 30 seconds.
Motion to adjourn.
Joe's going to come down.
I'll second it.
It's too cold in this building. The people are trying to freeze me out.
I saw Chris just raised it.
I'm sorry, unless he put it up to 80, I have to go home. Can't you tell it's like winter?
It is winter. If anything, we should probably schedule more meetings.
Yeah, we can do that.
But you got 5 minutes.
You really have 5
We're really
minutes.
adjourning.
Chief, nice tie. Nice tie, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Very
How are
nice.
you?
Happy Halloween.
Yes, we're in the season. Getting ready for the Halloween parade.
Chief, question about your new texting law.
Wear that tie.
Yes.
You can't drive and talk on the phone. Does that mean the rules are you can't actually bring the phone up to your ear, is that correct?
The way the rule is actually written is that you're not supposed to use your hands at all for an electronic device, whether it's a GPS.
But that's texting, right?
No,
Not-
texting also. Texting is an additional amendment to the law, which is very serious now, obviously, with 5 and a serious fine.
But it's not a violation of the law if you look at the time on your phone, right?
Actually, it is.
Well, I think
Because it's-
that's what's up on appeal then now, right?
There's a few things that I think that are being looked at, but the issue is that it's considered that you need a hands-free device. If you have a cell phone,
Has a clock
if you have a cell phone in your hand,
But if you picked your watch out of your pocket and looked at it, it's not a violation of the law.
But if you look at your watch,
Right, you're taking your eyes off the road.
but you're not using your hand.
Well, what I'm going to ask everybody to do right now is look at your police budget. So please pull your police budget out, and let's look at it.
4 minutes.
Okay? So,
Very end, Susan.
thank you, Jean.
You're welcome.
What you will see in the police budget, you're going to see a lot of handwritten stuff. Yeah, everybody got one. but I'll share it with you. But if we start,
I have one of yours with the handwritten notes, so I'll just follow along in the meantime. I
Okay.
understand you did some
okay,
things with
so we went through a number of these pages over and over again because I don't even know how to explain it, I guess.
the salary with the anniversary dates.
Well, because, do you want to, I mean, what Joey had given us a budget, it was very complicated because what he had as a 2013 budget what he gave me to compare was not what we had approved, because he was putting in actual, because people have different anniversary dates, they move up, they change, they whatever, so what it cost in 2013, and also we don't, as a board, approve some of the changes and some of the movement and whatever, so the 2013 budget at the end of the year for the personnel was more expensive than what we had approved, and so I said to him, you can't compare that, you have to go back to compare to what we approved in the budget, because that's the increase. So we went through a couple of changes. He had to put the people's names in so we could really understand what was really going on. And then at the end of the day, we actually ended up giving it to Lynn, and Lynn went and actually did exactly what everybody's getting paid. And he can't really, I guess, you don't really work it out to the T because of all these different whatever, dates and stuff. So what you see in the handwritten stuff is actually Lynn laying in the actual cost as opposed to Joey's sort of round cost kind of thing. So that's where you see the differences in whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Can I clarify something on that? May will help a little bit to understand. Everybody has an anniversary date, and the way the raises now work for officers hired after a certain date, their actual anniversary date is when they get their raise.
The microphone closer.
So the way I have always done the budget is I would put in what they're going to make at their top pay for that course of the year. So if, for example, they start at $45,000, but by the end of the year, they'll be at $50,000, just as, again, an example. I would put in their $50,000. This way, I'm not undercutting the budget. What the supervisor did with Lynn is they worked on not the average, but what the actual cost will be, so that if the officer is getting paid $45,000 up until October 1st, and now October 1st they go to $50,000, what their salary is going to be. So you came up with the actual figure, which may be, $46,000, $47,000, something of that nature, and that's where the numbers are different.
And part of that was really just trying to get a handle on what we budgeted for 2013, what the actual 2013 was, and then how do we compare that to 2014. So that's why we had to go do all that sort of extra work in a sense. So that's why you see the sort of cross-outs. So the numbers, we use Lynn's numbers for the personnel, because that's a real number. And there's no change in personnel. Where you see the increase is basically the increase because of the steps and the increase because of longevity.
Correct.
Because there is no raises in here because we have not negotiated a contract with the police as of yet. So, no changes to the officers for the moment, no changes to the part-time officers, no changes to the dispatchers, no changes to the part-time dispatchers. The clerk got her raise as negotiated in the UPSU contract. Now, then here is your overtime expenses, which you didn't increase.
No
It's the same.
increase.
There's no increase in overtime for the police and the communications or the clerk. There was a little bit of confusion with, in terms of the holiday pay for the part-time dispatchers, because you figure holiday pay in for the part-time dispatchers, and Lou was saying that because of the way they're hired and the way their contract is, they get paid for working the holidays, so we shouldn't really be putting in holiday pay for the part-time dispatchers.
Well, they do get paid a holiday pay for when they work holiday, so because it's extra money that they get, the full-timers get paid in separate checks. The part-timers, when they work, they get that money in the check, so that's the amount that would cover those days.
Yeah.
So that's why the
Yeah,
holiday.
she was sort of saying it shouldn't have been really book kept this way, but I mean, for the purposes of we had so much to deal with on your budget that I was not going to like take that on too, but, okay, so that's that. Okay, here's this holiday pay. Then, this is the total. So you'll see a slight decrease because we use the actual cost versus Joey's rounded costs. So that just alone was $20,000 that we saved by using actual cost.
But are we going to regret that?
No, because that's for the moment, the cost of what, that's the cost for those officers based on the contract.
The only
Okay,
thing that can actually happen, honestly, is that they may come down a little bit more based on the lieutenant's position and hiring somebody at the bottom scale. So for everybody moving up like that, you'll probably see another decrease of about $18,000. Decreases are always nice, Kitty.
Yes, I know. It just, we haven't talked about the L word.
okay, well, let's finish going through this, and then we can talk about that.
Love.
You mean the Beatles, all you need is love? Okay, in the past, what happened, we changed it last year. In the past, I know during the last supervisor administration, I don't know, it was done way back before then, you could maybe shed light on that, on the buyout and buyback. In case somebody should retire, the amount that we would have to pay them if they retired was put into the budget because they could leave, and so close to $250,000 every year was taxed, but then when they didn't leave, that money was not spent, and so to be taxing if Joey's could leave, okay, 4 years ago, and every year you put in $60,000 for Joey to leave, but Joey doesn't leave, by the time Joey leaves, you're only paying him $60,000, but you've already taxed the people $500,000.
Right, but
Okay,
you put it back in
so
your...
so last year, when we did the budget, we took that out and only kept in what we believed to be real, and I think it ended up playing out that it was real.
Gene, don't you just establish a contingency for that, and then you're done with it?
It would depend. I mean, in this case, the chief knows his department better than anybody else. So I think that this is a good place to put it, because that's where you're going to charge it when you pay it out. You're going to charge it to the 3120.1.
But if you had a contingency fund for this particular buyout cost, and once you funded it, if you didn't use it, wouldn't it just carry over year after year?
Oh, my God.
Instead of just charging?
No.
Why not?
No, because your budget closes every year. Every year. Done, finished, closed, over.
It's done, otherwise you can't.
Gets rolled over into the fund balance.
Rolls into the fund, it closes.
So you'll never have a contingency fund established?
You'll have a fund balance.
You'll have a fund balance.
You establish a contingency fund annually. It's only good for the 1 year.
Okay.
But if
For
we-
your emergency.
Right.
So then it merges back into the
Then
fund
it goes
balance
back
at the end
into
of the
the
year?
fund balance.
But it's almost like Kevin last year, when we rectified the fact that they had money in for the engineer and the attorney in the B fund, but then they were also billing for the money that was coming back. So instead of doing $75,000 for the attorney, we were doing $150,000, and that $75,000 was never getting spent, which is why our B fund balance is greater than our B fund
So how do we book?
budget.
How do we book for accrued vacation and comp time? We don't, do we?
You don't book it anywhere that you would see it. And so I would say the likelihood of that being booked here at the town of New Paltz is highly unlikely
So my point
at
is,
this stage.
each year we incur a liability, right?
Right, it
Related-
can increase and it can decrease.
But we don't separately fund that, do we? We don't have a fund which that can be pulled out of in the future.
You do not fund it. However, I don't know, about 3-4 years ago, it became a mandate that you account for it, book it, and fund it.
Okay, so are you saying that we should fund it?
What are you doing? You're too close again.
What I'm saying is, first, we should have the actuarial analysis, because we are behind the 8 ball.
So what you're saying, we're behind the 8 ball, we could have a large hit in any given year if you have 2 or 3 people retire, and we have to pay them for their accrued time.
Yes, but like this system that the chief is using is called pay-as-you-go.
Even for accrued time?
Well, I think we're talking about, a couple different things here. The buyout here that we show for informational purpose on page 6A.
6A, which is what we're talking about.
These are officers that have the ability that if they retire, that covers the amount that they could buy out. Accrued time not used.
Okay.
And that type stuff, if there's any comp time. Holiday pay, we don't, or vacation time, if they are taking off, obviously, when they're still at work. We don't have any separate fund for that. That's just part of their salary, and they get time off per the contract. But if they don't use the vacation time, then they would be able to have some of these buybacks that you see.
Okay, so the vacation time is in that buyback number?
Yes.
Okay.
So in here, the 2014 buyback, this is sort of contractually what every single one of them can take, so we really do have to budget for that, because that's a contractual obligation. This is just in case, they're eligible to leave, and in case they leave, but a lot of the officers, there's a pretty good chance they're not going to leave. They have young kids. There's different reasons why, we could feel pretty comfortable that we don't have to tax for that money because we expect them to be here. And if they should, we have a fund balance, and we'll just have to eat it up.
So the only other wrinkle on that then would be if they did retire.
Your biggest liability would be
is the new hire.
Your biggest liability would be if Joe did not make a correct estimate on how many are leaving, and instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, instead of 6 leaving, you have 9 leaving, or even actually 7. Even one more leaving could be a tremendous liability.
Well, no, actually, it's the other, in some ways, it's the other way around. He put into...
No, for a liability, other words, we would be stuck with money.
Simultaneous, but on the flip side, he put in $240,000 rounded for all the people who are eligible to leave. In the budget, you'll see $100,000 because I don't believe that some of these officers will leave, and so to tax for money for a buyout when I don't believe they're going to be using it, I think is unfair, is whatever. So I left $100,000 just because there could be the possibility of some people leaving or not leaving, depending on where we go with certain things. And
our fund balance has been built over the years by using the actual
Exactly.
number. So we did tax correctly.
So this is $100,000 instead of $238,000. I talked it with the chief, myself and Jean talked about it at length, and we feel very comfortable with that number. In terms of contractual, it's pretty equal to last year, with a couple of changes here and there. I had the changes handwritten on the side for some, but they're pretty much equal. There was just like $500 here or up or down somewhere, but pretty much the same.
Correct. The only thing that you're going to see increase really here is the building cost, because it was not in my budget.
And so that's why when you see the increase in the budget, the contractual budget for the police, in the past, if you jump down to the building lease, building taxes, building electric, building heating, in the past, the electric and heating and even the taxes and the lease were in different lines. Chris, when he took over buildings and grounds, broke up all the heating and electric to go back to every building, so there was more accountability for the bills, for everything. So it's all being reflected back into the budget. So you now see, so that's why the chief's budget, if you see, went up like an extra, close to about $100,000, a little bit over $110,000, is not because he increased his contractual, it's because we put in the lease for $70,000, the taxes for $13,000, the electric for $6,000, and the heating, no, the electric's $14,000, heating $6,000. So so the difference between, That's why his number, the contractual went up 110,000. Now, because he increased it, because we're bookkeeping things in the place where they need to be booked and belong. And equipment, it's went down from 9,000 down to 2,500, and that has to do with the way he's doing the vehicles and how he's purchasing them and leasing them and whatever. So really, in essence, the chief really held his budget pretty constant. Where you see the increase is really because of the steps and the longevity. Otherwise, the budget was really pretty constant. So I don't know if you want to add anything or say anything now.
You've done a great job. I'm over my 5 minutes, so.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the board has any questions, comments. I know that obviously what Kitty was saying about the L word, the lieutenant, what we do, where we go, I don't know. I don't know if this is, it's probably not a discussion for the moment tonight, how we want to handle it. Might be a conversation for another night before we adopt the budget.
Really, you still talking? It's late.
Well, I mean, we have an unfilled slot with a significant salary line, so I don't know if the commissioners who are here want to make any recommendations about what to do with that line? Okay.
At least I know, excuse me.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So I guess that's probably the biggest question. I mean, I was happily surprised to see
And, Joe just wants something to say, so.
Yeah, I would love something to say, thank you. My point of not discussing this, or bringing it up now, is when was the last time we had a discussion about lieutenant? The last time the discussion we had about keeping the lieutenant in the contract and agreeing that we want to keep the position was a year ago when you approved the budget for 2013. In 2013, the budget was approved, and at this table, on camera, we talked about almost putting the position in that night, but you brought up that, well, before we do, let's negotiate the contract. Has that been done?
Yes.
How many meetings have you had with the lieutenant?
No, Lieutenant, 2.
Okay, 2 meetings.
Well, actually,
No.
wait, you know what, wait, that's
That's
a
not
misstatement.
negotiation.
That's a misstatement,
Yes.
because there is a potential candidate for the lieutenant, but I don't want to say how many, we have not had 2 conversations with the lieutenant, right?
The candidate.
The candidate.
Okay, so.
I think we all agree on who we wanted to select.
have somebody who's second in command. So let's call it the lieutenant for the moment. What we as a board decide to do, I don't know, but I wanted to keep that money equivalent raise to what the unions got, but none of the elected officials did. But I do think, I mean, I do truly do believe that I think the 6,000, what's the, what?
6,600.
6,600, I mean, it is, I thought I remembered way back when I was supervisor the first time that the town board members got 7,500, so I don't know if it actually had gotten cut.
No, village trustees were raised to 7,500,
Is that-
and then this year they put it
No.
back down.
How much were the board members getting paid, like 5,000 back when?
Oh, I don't remember all that.
It was
I don't know, what, was never these 500? I don't know why I thought, or maybe it was the deputy supervisor, it was 5,000, and the deputy supervisor was 7,500. Okay, that's,
So let's just take a vote.
Aye.
Jeff?
I got it. If I did the math, I believe it's, actually, I think it's a little, I think it's 6,100 we're at, am I correct? Am I doing this
I
wrong?
think it's 6,600.
20, I got it.
Sorry. Is there still time?
And I didn't see in the sheets that we gave our non-union raises.
I think-
The only one I was aware of, because actually you don't have those
I think
breakout
that's- I
sheets
think
in
that's-
here.
No, it's,
Maybe for
She-
year
she-
two.
yeah.
But, and I know we gave Stacy an increase.
but Stacy's union.
All right.
It's Stacy's union.
So-
Stacy's union.
Okay. It-
Well,
Do you want me to withdraw this and go back and see exactly which departments are getting these raises? Is that,
I'd feel more comfortable if I know that we are doing some type of increases to everyone. I'm not comfortable, I'm just not comfortable at all asking that we take an increase and we are we are in essence giving people decreases just because of, you know, the COLA, cost of living adjustment. And the COLA this year has not been.
I don't
Well, then-
think we should take any raise until we cut property taxes.
okay,
I'm-
Okay, we are, Kevin, we've cut taxes twice, 2 times.
That will be our raise.
Okay, so I'm going to withdraw this because I need, it sounds like you all need to know exactly which departments are getting raises and if there are any decreases. So we should give that a more careful review, so.
And I do appreciate it, because yes, we have not even had a cost of living adjustment since I've been on the board, and which runs about 1.5% to
Negative
2%.
3% for the last.
So, yes. So we actually have all taken decreases each year, and I do agree to that, but I'd like to see what we've done.
Okay, so
with
Kitty, you're
all of it.
withdrawing your
So
motion?
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you,
Okay,
Kitty.
and I'll
I
second Kittle's
apologize, but
withdrawal.
Thank you.
Okay, so going real quick through, just let's do this real fast. I mean, the board members right now are at the same salary. The conferences, everything is pretty much the same, except we increased the price for the code books in the West Book, because I think it went up, or no, it's the same. Same. Okay, it's the same.
no, we added Westbrook, that's why.
No, but it's still 1414.
Oh,
So,
okay, I
yeah.
thought we increased.
No, so that's still the same. The justices, there's really pretty much no difference other than, actually, there's a decrease. Why was there a decrease? Oh, because I think maybe they replaced somebody with a lower salary. But it's still the same thing in terms of how many court clerks they need. They needed a computer server. Then their contractual, what are you doing? The ammo went up. And then, of course, yeah, you've got, and they have now, with the increase in contractual for the justice court is also, you see, because the electric and gas was added in, so that's why you see an increase. Okay?
Okay.
So now you can see what it costs for them.
Figuring out what each department costs.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. And again, remember, all of these budgets will go up a little bit because we're going to be moving all the purchasing and the printing and mailing into their budgets. Okay? But I haven't done that. I have to just do that when I have time. But it's going to be the same price at the bottom line. And then their actual printing, their office supplies, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so nothing really changed there. What did change, what John, Justice Katz had said last year and in the past, you always had the special prosecutor in the justice budget. And because the special prosecutor goes in front of them, there was a real discomfort with the justice court to have the special prosecutor in their budget. John wanted it separated out, so that's why you have a special page now for the special prosecutor. It's independent of the justice court's court's budget, and you'll see that it went from 60,000 down to 45,000, but based on, if you look at what we spent through September of this year, we only spent 22,637, and so when Gina and I went back and looked through the couple of years, we thought $45,000 was a fair price, okay?
It's like a lot more when we do those vouchers, but maybe not.
Well, so if it looks like that somehow it goes up before now in the end,
It's the best approach to prosecuting vehicle and traffic violations too. And there are a lot of reasons for that.
yeah. But we know why we're doing it, it's just we went from 60,000 down to 45.
But it's a valuable.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and so that was based on,
It works, the math works,
yeah, so that's where, so that went down. The supervisor line, you'll see, the salary stays exactly at $50,786 like it was last year. The assistant got a small raise, and again, I think this is equal to what all the UPSU employees got, which is what her clerks did into whatever. We had Chrissy in the budget to be to help the supervisor's office and be there for the town board too, if you remember last year, at $14 an hour and stuff. And what we did was we reduced the assistant down to $12 an hour at 25 hours a week to bring somebody in to help with answering the phones and all of that stuff. But you'll still see the salary went, the overall budget for the supervisor's line went down.
Is the stipend in?
No, the budget's, the stipend was to get the budget together. The budget is in damn good shape, and so I will be paid a bit less money if I come back. You're getting me cheaper next year if I come back.
Okay, so we approved the stipend for 2 years last year?
And the year before.
Ending this year.
Okay, so it ends this year.
It ends this year. We have the budget, all that work that we did on the budget, I can say that we're in very, very, very good shape.
And
you're getting me really cheap.
Your assistance, which is fine, by the way, it's 2.9%,
Right.
which is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it was probably like, yeah. Okay.
It's fine.
And the
Yeah.
5,000 is for grant administration
No,
for Cornelius, or?
We're not up to that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That was last year. There's nothing here because he's in the B fund. We have money in the B fund now that we approved last week, if you remember correctly. Okay, so that's out.
I'm
Okay,
done.
okay. So anyway.
11:30.
Okay.
No, I'm done.
Okay, so I'm saying, so we're done with that.
Okay.
Okay.
We're done with everything.
We can be done if you want to be done.
Motion to adjourn.
No, I just want to, two quick points.
I thought I said that an hour ago.
I asked him to put him on the next budget, but he swears he'll be quick. On the next-
I'm gonna
I asked him
The
to
only
put
thing
him
we
on
just
the
have to
next
do is before we adjourn, and Kevin can say a couple of things, but before we adjourn, that, I just want to double check schedules to just make sure we're going to get everything done.
Our next
So,
meeting is,
My nerves is frozen.
is it cold in here? I'm so hot.
our next meeting,
I'm hot.
our next meeting is on the 6th, and
Okay.
it starts at 6:30 PM.
And that's what
And the village will be here at 6:30, and then a public hearing at 7. And then we can do budget starting at 7:30.
okay, but we have the public hearing on the budget the next day, right?
No.
We're meeting on the
The
6th.
7th is the
The
day that we take down the gate.
No, but when we
No,
have...
the 18th, we were going to do adoption of the budget.
No, we have to have a public
public
hearing.
hearing, I apologize.
Remember, we have to have the public hearing
Yes.
2 days after election, the Thursday, blah, blah, blah.
Set it for Wednesday the 6th
With a backup.
for 7 PM for the budget, and then 7:30 for the public hearing on the weight limits.
Oh.
That's what you guys did last week.
Okay, so what we can...
6:30, the village will be here.
Okay, so what we can do, because... Okay, now, of
Can
course...
you be here at 6:30 or just not go home that day?
She and I won't go home.
He never goes home anyway.
Okay,
yeah.
so we don't really have to, for the moment, right now, worry about anything in the sense that we can always keep the public hearing open, because we're going to have to, again, this budget does not reflect what's going to happen with the library, because we don't know what's going to happen, and if that gets approved, we're going to have to add that money in. We're going to have to make a determination with the rescue squad, but we're not going to make that decision until we meet with the village. So we'll probably have the public hearing probably on this budget, and then we can always keep it open and make changes, and, right.
The special meeting to adopt the budget on the 18th, so you can,
We can always change that, because we have till the 22nd,
no, you have till the 20th.
till the 20th, okay.
20th, okay.
Do we have
Okay.
any prepays or anything? that
We already approved that one.
Just to let you know, the preliminary budget has to go to the county on Monday.
Send it away.
Give it to me.
Okay, we'll just take the tentative, make it the preliminary, and, because so for right now, we haven't made any changes.
So
Okay.
you need a motion to make that preliminary?
Do we? I make a motion to authorize the clerk to take the preliminary
No, you
budget.
voted to do that when we, yes.
Second.
I
You're
make
the
a
one who said to put the
motion
money in. It was your
moving
motion.
the tentative budget into the preliminary
the motion.
budget.
I'll second that as well.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you made that motion, Kevin, Jeff. Yes, you did, I can, okay, okay. You very quickly, Kevin, and then we're gonna,
Just very quickly, on the Brook Farm issue. As you know, the town of New Paltz has a agriculture and farmland preservation plan that was adopted by the town board on December 29, 2011. And the premise of the farm preservation plan is to protect the town's agricultural resources and promote farming. That's in the whereas clause of the plan itself. And then in the introduction of the plan, it describes agriculture as vital to the culture and identity of the town of New Paltz, as a keystone of the town's high quality of life, far beyond its contributions to scenic vistas and rural living. It plays a central role in the economic and environmental sustainability of the Wallkill Valley, providing local food jobs, contributing positively to the tax base, and discouraging sprawl. And basically, the farmland plan is a set of recommendations, and it's, in fact, a final recommendation to encourage long-term policy formation in support of agriculture. So what I'm doing is, as part of my point one, is to ask the town board to consider for our next meeting sending a letter to OSI asking them why they are deciding to evict and discontinue the operation of a farm that's been in existence for a long time. And I want to ask them why they're doing that, since we do have this farm preservation plan, and since our desire is to protect farming, I'd just like them to articulate why they're doing it.
Kevin,
That's the first thing.
I just think you might have missed the part of that plan where they recommend incubators as a viable preservation of agricultural use.
Well, an incubator is something you start with. You already have a farm there, so there's no need to incubate it. It's already there.
But incubators are a recommended plan for farmland protection, so it's not inconsistent with that plan.
No, but
It doesn't, you can...
I agree with you.
You can certainly you can change the kind of farming you do and still protect agriculture, and that's what's happening here.
So what's happening here?
It's staying in agriculture, but with a different application.
Okay, so do you know what the application's going to be?
No, but I also don't know all of the micromanagerial plans that go into the Ferrante farm. If they change their crops, if they decide to plant corn where they had sunflowers and sunflowers where they had corn, that's their decision.
And actually, though, Kevin, they do, OSI and Glenwood has had conversations with people up in that neighborhood, and it is going to be farming. We're going to be going from, which is also very consistent with that plan, we're going to be going from one farmer that actually is, in the last 5 years, there's been 3 farmers up there. So it is not a successful model of a farm in any shape or form. It is not being run as a successful farm. The board itself of the farm supports the OSI and Glenwood coming in. So I'm not too sure I would not be comfortable sending a letter. I would not mind at all if Glenwood would like to come in and discuss with us, or OSI would like to discuss with us the plans.
Maybe we'll invite them to come? Invite them?
I would absolutely love to invite them to come. I mean, if you read through the whole farmland protection plan, what it does, this is actually even what we want going further, because it's going to bring in different types of farming, The soil up there, if you even go a little further, there actually are a lot of studies already on that land up there. And we realize the soil up there is in incredibly poor condition. There is a lot of the haying for the Mohawk is taken from those fields. It has been done for so many years. Actually, right now, they can no longer hay the fields. They need to rebuild those fields. Mr. Colucci, who owns, I apologize if I have the name wrong, I believe it's Two Moon Farm.
Not a moon, is it?
Two Moon? Half Moon. I apologize, Paul Colucci, if you're listening out there. At Half Moon Farm, he actually spent his own money to go and reseed all of the fields for which he has his cattle on. So the cattle and OSI and Glenwood have spoken to Paul, and he will continue to run cattle up there, which is, again, consistent with keeping that as agriculture.
Has anybody spoken to Glenwood on the board? Anybody?
I have spoken to Glenwood.
Okay.
Yes, I have spoken with him,
And you've spoken to them too?
Yeah.
And so have they discussed their plans there at all yet? They have?
Yes.
Okay.
They have discussed.
All right, so we should invite them. That's what I'd like to do. The second thing I'd like to
I'm
point
just
out is...
going to say, I have no problem inviting them or OSI and anybody. I just am asking that after we adopt the budget, because we
Yeah,
just,
it-
I just have to get the budget done.
The second
Okay.
point, I'm the liaison to the assessor's office, and Susan and I have been working on trying to figure out the best way to offset the burden that exists on taxpayers in our town. And so as part of our desire to do that, I was looking at different ways for us to spread ambulance, fire, and police across a broader base of payers. And so I spent a lot of time investigating what we could do with special districts. You do have some flexibility with special districts to pass on costs with respect to ambulance and fire and water and sewer, but not with police. So in the process of conducting my investigation and being frustrated not finding anything in state law, I was more than happy to find something in our local law, which was adopted in 1982. And basically, the real property tax law of the state of New York is broken down into various subsections. One section deals with exempt properties. There's a section for public properties that are exempt from real property taxation, and then a whole section on private properties that are considered exempt for taxation. So section 420A and 420B of the real property tax law define a mandatory group of not-for-profits that are exempt from taxation in the classic categories of religious, charitable, educational, and then a permissive class of not-for-profits that are exempt unless the municipality passes a local law taking away that exemption. Our town did that in 1982. And there is specific language in our town law that gives us the right to tax not-for-profits that haven't been paying for years. Beyond that, there's also several examples of exemptions being given to for-profit and not-for-profit entities, and they are not paying what they should be paying. One example, and I won't name the particular entity, has an assessed value of $1.7 million and is not eligible for the exemption that they have, that the town has given them since 1990, at a loss of $54,000 a year to the town since 1990.
This is a 501c3?
This is not a 501c3. So I've directed the assessor to conduct a complete audit so that she can report to the board, and I think you're going to find that this is a very significant problem that we'll be able to redress and put on the right course for next year, and I think it will by itself spread that base significantly to provide a greater tax reduction for individual taxpayers, and then we'll start to work on on the college and what they can do for us in terms of a pilot. But I think this is very significant. I applaud those people who were able to pass that legislation in 1982. The town of Rochester has a similar provision, but, for example, the town of Rosendale, Walk-Hill, and Gardner do not. So that's what I discovered.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Ted.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to...
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion so carried.